say that it's a code sent to us from God.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's just good stuff. Check this out, okay? The word for the Garden of Eden, Kedem. Numerical translation, 144. Now the value of tree of knowledge, all right, in the garden, right? Eitz HaChaim, 233. 144, 233. Now you can take those numbers. So
you know, like the Fibonacci sequence?
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci is an Italian mathematician in the 13th century. If you divide 144 into 233, the result approaches theta.
Theta?
Theta. The Greek symbol, golden ratio, golden spiral.
Wow. I never saw that before. That's like that series you find in nature? Like the face of a sunflower?
Wherever the spirals.
You see this math everywhere.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today, we are going to talk about the alphabet. Where does it come from? Who created the alphabet? Is there any proto-alphabets out there? Where did it all come from? Was it the Phoenicians? Was it the Greeks? Was it someone else? Was it the Ionians? Was it the Pelasgians? All that stuff. And also just taking super chats of any questions people just want to ask. This is just a fun live stream. However, a recent video from Steven Nelson, which Steven, what's going on, man? Bring you back on.
Good to see you.
Your video, man, with the scholar. What's her name again?
Wilhelmine Wahl.
I wanted you to say it because I was going to mess it up, but
Yeah,
I want to get her on, dude. And I love when the scholars come along and bring forth new discoveries and new arguments. This is what I'm all about, dude. People actually criticize me for being someone who's like, oh, you're too much for the consensus. You're a consensus bootlicker. No, if you've been following me since day one, I'm the opposite of that. I'm always bringing on people who is challenging the status quo, who are challenging the consensus. But I prefer people who do it from the data. They don't just make shit up out of their asses like Graham Hancock or Amon Hillman. I like people who actually are like understand the consensus. They challenge it, but they know what it is. They can explain it. They know why it's there, and then they challenge it anyway.
Solar and I drove $5 super chat. Why 32 symbols found in ancient caves all over Europe? Who reads oldest alphabet, also 32 cuneiform letters? Coincidence, biological, or inventory ledgers?
All right. This is actually interesting. I do want to get into this because I brought up a Diffsilio tablet when I was on Amon Hillman's channel a couple of years ago. I didn't at the time. I was fascinated by it. The more research I did, the more I figured out it was bullshit. Now, the 32 symbols found in caves over Europe are not from. It's all dubious. It's all it's people taking one. They look at a symbol here in Germany's cave. There's another symbol here in a cave in France. Another symbol here, maybe 10 symbols over here in Austria. From and they're all from different centuries, different time periods, and people put them together and they make like what is like an alphabet out of it. But this doesn't exist at all. There isn't an actual text that you could find where this script is used. They call it the Vinca script. It's not real. It's not based on it. You know what this is? Are you familiar with the Vinca script?
No.
No. Well, we'll get to it. We'll pull it up. Before I'm going to come back to your super chat, Solar. I like it. It's really on topic too. I like that. Now, look, if you have any other questions off topic too, I'm not going to be mad about it. But I'm just glad that you brought this up because I do want to address the theories of possible European scripts that I want to really get into that. I want to bring it up. I want to talk about it. I want to show why the data is not as good as you think. But before that, I really just want to play the introduction of this video, at least maybe a little bit into the intro is like a couple minutes long, right? Like a minute long.
Yeah, it's like 3 minutes.
Yeah, let me play. I just want to show people the introduction to this video, and we'll talk about it. Is that cool?
Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat too in case people want to bookmark it.
I'll put it in the description as well.
Okay.
Alphabet must have been introduced much earlier, and that's actually mainly in the field of Semitic studies. Especially Joseph Nave in the 1970s was a great proponent of the idea that actually the alphabet was already introduced to Greece much earlier.
So the conventional paradigm is that the Greeks saw the Phoenicians writing from right to left. They were like, cool, like that's a really cool script. We're going to borrow it, but we're not going to use your right to left writing convention. We're just going to like experiment for like hundreds of years, writing left to right and right to left.
Because normally, poetry and are not the first uses of writing. Yeah, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, because since the script is used again much later, we know that in this period in between there must have been writing as well, even though so far we do not have any attestation of it. So the first inscriptions that we have may not reflect the beginning of writing, but rather an expansion of writing. I think it's interesting to start looking at a new paradigm, and that suggests that actually the Greek alphabet was already introduced around 1050 BC. And we also see that there's not just one Greek alphabet, but there are no less than 33 different variants of this alphabet. So all these earlier Semitic alphabetic scripts did not have letters for vowels, but here now with the Greek alphabet we do see that there are also separate signs for vowels. So therefore some people see the Greek alphabet as the first true alphabet.
We basically have unearthed everywhere in all these different regions artifacts that have the exact same, radiocarbon and paleographic dating.
And that's basically actually what the current paradigm thinks of, this alphabetic Big Bang, and that everything just happened really quickly. As soon as the Greeks got the alphabet, they started to change it and to develop it.
Okay, so that's on your channel at Cross Bible. Link for that will be in the description. So tell us about this video. What's changing? What's different about this? What is she bringing forth that was different from the consensus? Or give us a little summary on this video.
All right. Well, I will show this. If you can pull up the screen, I will show you I'll show a visual. So this is the timeline that I bring up in the beginning of that conversation, where I just show that from 1200 BC to 800 BC, we just don't have any artifacts that we can say, okay, like there's nothing dated in that period that shows that the Greeks were literate. We have no proof in that period that the Greeks were literate. And so it's simply called the Greek Dark Ages. And there are theories about why that happened. It had to do with like the Sea People, there's like a late Bronze Age collapse. And after that, we just have nothing dating to that period. And so this chasm, it's 400 years, is assumed to just be a period when nobody was writing anything. And then all of a sudden, between 800 BC and 700 BC, you
get Homer and Hesiod, you get all these,
Well, and that's the thing, is she was saying the reason they're dating Homer to the 8th century, or one of the reasons, is because that's when writing appears, and it's sort of presupposed that because the earliest writing we have is in dactylic hexameter, they must have, and porn. I bleeped it out, but she's like, the earliest writing we have is poetry and porn. And so why is that? Like, why don't we have receipts? Like, that usually isn't the first thing that you recover when a civilization adopts writing and starts writing things. They usually write mundane things, and then they evolve to poetry and porn. And here it's just right out the gate, poetry and porn. And so, there's just some of this is tentative, but basically the whole idea that there is just this dark age, it's a dark age for us. We're in the dark archaeologically and historically. We don't have anything in that period, but that doesn't mean nothing was going on.
But I want to highlight Tiger Shark's comment here. This is actually I agree with him. The Cypriot system. I was going to bring this up before even Tiger Shark even mentioned this. I think because of if you look at where the Cypriot. I mean, look at your map right there. Perfectly mapped right there. Look where Cyprus is. It's right next to where the Phoenicians are. So this is me thinking out loud here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Phoenicians based their idea for the alphabet off of Cypriot syllabic script, which is based on linear B. I think there might be, and I think that, like he says, the Greeks who adopt the Phoenician alphabet go with what the Cypriots were doing with more of a vowel-based system. You know what I mean?
Well, and this is her model. Actually, you know what? I have I'll show a screenshot, but I have this slide that she sent me. If you want to pull this up, so her model is that. Yeah, her model is that there was some kind of a proto-alphabetic writing we don't have. That gave rise to this Northwest Semitic alphabets that we do have scraps of that have vowel signs or have consonants that are doubling up as vowels. And then there must be this missing link. She's hypothesizing about this missing link that's an unattested mother alphabet that includes vowels that gave rise to Greek and Anatolian and Italic, and that Phoenician was coming off of this stream. So it's just like in the genealogy, she's positing that there are these two nodes that we just don't have a record of, but they fit in this model. So it's hypothetical.
Alphabets actually brain virus taught children?
Alphabets are actually brain virus. So I know what you're saying. Learning alphabetic script and languages rewires your brain. We don't think the same way people before writing think. We think in text. It changes humanity. It literally changes humans, because we think everything textual. We think in words and we think in sentences. But before writing, they didn't have writing. So imagine how they thought. It's just me thinking out loud here, you know.
I think it's akin to having an iPhone and not being able to remember more than 2 phone numbers now. I used to know, I was like a Rolodex of phone numbers as a teenager. I could tell you 30 phone numbers of people I knew. I can't tell you
me too.
Now I have my mom and my wife. That's in my own phone number.
Your brain has no reason to memorize phone numbers anymore. Yeah. You just got them in your phone to save. And so I think Soler is on something there. Thank you for that. So what is she proposing? I mean, there's a lot being said in this video that was so fascinating. The idea that the writing might be based, the name of it, Phoenician, might actually be or Phoenike, which is purple, might be something to do with how they wrote on palm leaves. Yeah.
And actually, I have her presentation here that we could go through too. It's basically, if you think about the idea of the term Phoenicia grammata, it's Herodotus that assumes that means it comes from the Phoenicians. But it could mean, Phoenician, has so many different definitions of phoenix, right? So it could be purple, it could be palm or the palm tree or the palm branch. And the point that she made was that even if you look at this particular linear B object, it's even shaped like a palm branch. She's not really confident about this, but she thinks that Phoenicia grammata, when you look at that Phoenicia grammata, that reference to Herodotus thinks it means Phoenician, but later Greek sources are disputing that meaning. Some of them go the mythological route, and they think it comes from Phoenix, and then some of them go, the Suda specifically says, no, it refers to palm leaves. It was writing on palm leaves, that was a practice, that it's depicted in that picture, and that means that if they were writing on palm leaves, it wouldn't survive that long.
Yeah, let me pull. I have Herodotus right here. I wonder if I should pull up Loeb so we can look at the Greek. Do you think it matters?
I mean, I have my own slides of Herodotus too open. If you want to,
you have this passage right here, the one about the Cadmus stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I just did here. Let me show you what I have. I just have smaller chunks of it. Slideshow. This is what I have.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Yeah, because you got the word phoenikon.
Yeah, Phoenicon. So it's the genitive plural. It's of the Phoenicians, right?
Yeah, or of the purple people, if you want to be literal with it, of the purple people.
Or of the palm people, right?
Or of the palm tree people. That's another way to look at it. We don't really know what exactly, because you have another word for purple. You have porphyra. So it can be, the word could come from palm tree, and then do we know that or no?
Well, look, that's if you go to Greece today, the Phoenicians are the palm trees.
Like, I know.
Those are, that's their word for palm trees. So I mean,
I wonder if the word originally meant palm trees and then it became another shade of the color.
I think that there were people that were called Phoenicians that made that had these trees that were unique to that region, that the trees got associated with them, and they had a special style of purple dye that they made from their murexes, and then that particular shade of purple was associated with those people.
Yeah. And another thing too, a lot of people like to do this like dichotomy between Phoenicians and Greeks as if like they're like, I don't know, like they're like, there's like this false dichotomy, like they hate each other or they're different, completely different cultures from different worlds, and almost kind of like how people think of like Jew and Gentile, the type of thing. But that's not how the Iron Age was like. Phoenicians inhabited with islands with Greeks. They would have their own little cities, and like they'd be a little bit off, like it wouldn't be living together. But you can find, like on the island of Delos, for example, there's a little Phoenician colony there. So Phoenicians were living all amongst the Mediterranean, all the way to Spain, Carthage. They have Sicily. They had colonies in Sicily, and they're part of the Aegean Mediterranean world. And they're trading with the Greeks, and the Greeks look at them as their neighbors. They don't look at them as like enemies. You know what I mean? They look at them as like other neighbors of their world. So I think people need to start looking at it that way. The Phoenicians are not bad. They're culturally just like the Greeks. They're pagans. They're polytheists. All right? Stop thinking of Phoenician equals Jew. This is a weird thing that you find online. Because everyone's like, oh, Phoenicians. I don't want to give them any credit because then I'm going to give credit to the Jew. You see this online, right?
Yeah. They're Semitic people, and their language is closely, And
that's what it is. That's where it comes from. But they're not. But you shouldn't think of it that way, is what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong. Phoenicians are fine, dude.
Yeah.
They're fine.
Well, and Herodotus is clearly cool with them because he's saying that they got their letters from them, and he's saying that's why they're called Phoenicia, the grammata. And then Clement is just quoting Herodotus here, right? So he's saying that Cadmus was a Phoenician, the discoverer of letters for the Greeks, as Aphoros says, since Herodotus also writes that the letters were called Phoenician, right? And he's saying it exactly the way that Herodotus said it, Phoenicia, or Phoenicia. And then the Suda, so this is the Suda Byzantine lexicon, and here it's trying to explain this Phoenicia grammata reference. Lydians and Ionians derived the letters from Phoenix, son of Aenor, and the discoverer, but Cretans contradict them. So some Cretans, Cretes, say that the name arose from writing on palm leaves. And
look at, you can see the black bold phoenicon. It's the same word.
Yeah, it's en phoenicon petalois.
We know he's saying palm leaves because it has the word petal.
So it's neuter plural petala, which is just leaves, and then it's the leaves of the phoenix. So here it's the leaves of the palm tree, the phoenix.
Remember when Amun tried to tell you the revelation? They're carrying purple in the temple, when it's like, dude, no, they're carrying palm branches in the temple. Stop lying to your audience, full of shite.
And the thing that the author of the Suda is well aware of is the fact that the word phoenix is ambiguous, or it's polysemous, so it has a lot of meanings, and so that's why he's saying like, well, these people say it's this and these people say it's this, because when you have an ambiguous word like that, the Greeks will argue about it. It's like, what did Herodotus really? We know what Herodotus meant, but the question is, did Herodotus correctly understand the reference or not?
Yeah,
it's not a question of is Herodotus ambiguous. Herodotus is unambiguous. He thinks it's coming from the Phoenician people.
Yes, because he says Cadmus, so that's the Phoenician.
Yeah, and then so Scammon in the second book of Discovery says that they were named from Phoenikis, right, the daughter of Actaeon, and therefore Actaeon too called the letters Phoenicia Grammata, right? Phoenicia Grammata.
This is a map of the Phoenician expansion, 11th to 6th century BC. And you can see they have routes going all the way to Thassos, to Athens. They have, you see the purple shades. And like by the way, they live on these islands too. I don't know, the map doesn't really show that here. But they are like that one, even going to Greece, I was being shown like a lot of these islands had Phoenician colonies on them, especially Cyprus. I don't know, maybe Crete, but I know Delos had Phoenicians there. Definitely Spain, definitely Sicily, Sardinia. Obviously, Carthage is a Phoenician city. So like I'm just trying to show people they are part of this world like everyone else is. This is their native world. They're not like outsiders, that people are like, oh, they're Semitic people from a different genetic line, different linguistic line, but they inhabit the same Mediterranean world and they worship the same gods and they have the same cultural sort of identity as Greeks and Romans and other, I'm just trying to point that out. So.
Yeah, and then the Suda also says that that regarding letters and the entry in the lexicon for grammata, it says because the Phoenicians first discovered the letters, from there they were also called Phoenician, and they say that Cadmus first brought them into Greece, and then another entries in Hesychius has two different versions of this, right? One of them is Phoeniciis Grammasi. In Phoenician letters, like something written in Phoenician letters means that, it's Sophocles and the Pimesin, right? Because Cadmus seems to have brought them from Phoenicia, but then elsewhere he says that the Phoenicia Grammata, they say that they were named after Phoenice, the daughter of Actaeon, right? So that's, again, the mythological origin. So Hesychius is just conveying what his sources say, right? He's not giving you an opinion.
Yeah,
he doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. And this is interesting. Like this. So what you're basically showing me is there is some nuance here as to what they mean by Phoenician letters.
And the Greeks couldn't make up their minds, or at least the Byzantines couldn't. They didn't just they didn't just defer. What they could have done is they could have said, what, we trust Herodotus. Herodotus is the father of history. Whatever he says goes. No, they disputed it.
Yeah. Now, I really want to show people, because here's what I think is going on. This is my theory. I don't know how much what's her name would agree with me on this, but maybe she would. I want to talk to her.
You could call her Dr. Val.
Dr. Val?
Val, yeah, V-A. It's W-A-A-L, but she's from Amsterdam, yeah. Val.
So, I have a theory. What's this? Distribution of alphabets. Euboean alphabet, ion. Oh, so they're showing these different alphabets.
She has that same slide on her slideshow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's those are here. Yeah. What
about Lydian? How come Lydian's not on here? I guess Lydian looks like one of these Ionian, probably.
That would be no, because Lydian wasn't one of the official dialects.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying because Lydian, I know Lydian, the script, it looks just like Greek, but it has some minor, like it has these characters right here, whatever those are. Like maybe, I don't know, like a sigma maybe or something. Yeah, I guess it is a sigma. Just a weird looking one. But anyways, I guess what I'm showing you is like you can see it looks like Phoenician. Like it looks just like the Phoenician alphabet, these older ones.
Yeah, I was right. Lydian is not a dialect of Greek. It was an independently Indo-European language belonging to the it was in the Anatolian family. So
if you read it, if you can read Greek, you can almost read Lydian. You can make it out, you can make out what it's saying. You can see like Artemis is spelled like very different, very, very similar. She has similar epithets. Some of the words line up. Some of the grammar lines up. Some of the vocabulary definitely lines up. The grammar is a little bit different, though. Mm-hmm. You can tell. But anyways, if you looked at this, you would look at this and think it's the same. It looks just like this. It has the same letters, same eta, same basically the same alphabet. Anyways, this is Nestor's cup. Is this the oldest inscription in Greek we have?
Yeah, it's competing with the Lashish Ewer inscription, also is 13th century BC, has some things that, so yeah, Nestor's cup
Really?
is circa, that's 8th century. So Nestor's cup, I believe, is the bedrock. That's like the oldest.
Yeah.
And you
This
can,
one-
and,
is this-
yeah,
is
and
this
you
right
can,
here? Oh no, this
and
is a
it's,
different one.
and it's written, yeah, that one, the one you had, that's
Oh,
written.
Dipia?
No, that the Dipilon inscription is the other one that's like really, really
This?
old. That's 5th century. So that's,
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not the oldest. You're on this one?
no, the black and white photo that you had.
That's
Yeah,
this is Nestor's cup.
that's Nestor's cup. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see from right to left, it says Nestoros, right? Of
Nestor.
OS.
Nestoros.
Yeah,
OS.
so it's of Nestor. Nestoros is the genitive singular.
Oh, Nestoros is not. I thought that was nominative singular.
Nominative is Nestor, ending in omega rho, and the genitive is Nestoros with omicron rho, omicron sigma.
Really?
Well, it's third
So
declension.
This is not the same as like proper attic, though, right? Oh, third
No.
declension.
Any
Okay.
Greek nouns that end in R like that are suspect for being that third declension.
Third
So
declension. Okay.
it's ho Nestor is like Nestor, the proper nominative case, and then tu Nestoros
Tu
is
Nestoros.
of
Yeah.
Nestor, of the Nestor, right?
And you have that proper two, which would be the
The
What's it
definite article. So
an
it's
article. Yeah.
yeah. So ho
That's how you
Nestoros
know
is
it's-
the Nestor because
Yeah.
we put the definite article with the name in Greek, and then tu Nestoros is of the Nestor.
Yeah,
So-
but you can see it's right to left, just like
Mm-hmm.
Semantic, it's like Hebrew would be. Yeah, it's crazy to see that. People
Yeah,
don't
in
think, Greeks are right, left to right, and Hebrew is right to left. Well, actually, the oldest Greek inscriptions are right to left, just like Hebrew is.
Well,
You can see they borrowed the same. It's not the same. This is Hebrew. They're borrowing the same alphabet.
but her point is that in these old inscriptions, you don't have the right to left or left to right locked yet. It's like it goes left to right.
Going
right, yeah.
everywhere.
It's going everywhere. In her theory, she's just in her reasoning, she says if the Greeks got it from the Phoenicians in around the 8th century, and by the 8th century, when we know the Phoenicians were always writing right to left, why do the Greeks like go back and forth? Like, why did they adopt it? And then she refers to this alphabetic Big Bang theory, right? That's the current consensus is that there was a Big Bang. Like the 8th century is this explosion, and we find artifacts all over Greece and Asia Minor and Italy, and it's like everywhere where Greek was spoken, all of a sudden it was written, and it was written right to left and left to right, and boustrophodon, in different orders like top bottom, and it's just like she has a very coherent explanation for why that isn't probably the case, like why this Big Bang theory should strain credulity.
Yeah, and then you have this Cyprio-Minoan script that comes about in the middle of the 12th millennium or 2nd millennium BCE. And if you look at it, it doesn't look like the alphabet. I'm not saying it looks like the alphabet. It's familiar. It has a similar character style rather than the hieroglyphic image of images of you could. But it also is not like cuneiform. It is more of a what's the word I'm looking for?
I mean, the term, it's called Cypro-Minoan syllabary, right? And it's from
syllabic script.
Yeah, and it's from roughly 1550 to 1050 BC is the block where where that was probably used.
Right.
And then it seems to be the predecessor of what was the Arcado-Cypriot script. What you see there is that's Arcado-Cypriot Greek.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
I was trying to say, if you look at this one now, it almost looks like it's more closer to the alphabet now. Almost like whoever put this script together was thinking of something similar to what whoever the Phoenician alphabet creator was, and they kind of blend into each other as if like it's like Microsoft and Apple both competing at the same time for a new technology. Like this might be the Microsoft, and the Phoenician alphabet might be the Apple, and they're both stealing from each other, but they're both trying to get their technology out there at the same time. That's what I'm thinking is going on here.
And then what does that say? 600 to 650 BC? That's 7th century, right? So
This
this is So this is after the Greeks were already using the.
That's why I said Microsoft. Think about Microsoft and Apple.
Yeah.
Because it's out at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't die before. Like the alphabet didn't come around and then these just stopped using. They're still using this particular software. I'm calling it a software, but
Yeah,
you know
and
what I
that
mean?
is, but that is Greek. So what you see there is in the
This is
Idalion.
Greek.
Yeah, the Idalion tablet and the other artifact you just showed. Those are the Arcado-Cypriot dialect of Greek. That is not like Minoan. It's not Semitic. It is Greek.
Yeah, I wonder what the characters. Did you know what these characters are?
Nope. Yeah,
I wonder if we can find. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, perfect. Look at this. This is called. Oh, it's a decipherment of an actual stone. I'm guessing. Because look at up here, you can see clearly that's Phoenician. Hold on, what is this? Okay, this is called the Idalion. Oh my God, I don't know how I've seen this before, but how come I've never got into this? This is so fascinating. You could see it literally. You could see Phoenician right here, and this is Greek right here, Cyprian Greek. So what you end up getting is you can translate. You can get. I wonder what. Let's find out what the text says. It says, here's the Phoenician inscription right here. On the month of, in the 4th year of King Milk-Yatan. Oh, that's crazy. King Yatan, the king who gives? Yatan means gives or gift giver. And then it says Lord Balram. And then you have the Cypriot side that says the same exact thing. In the 4th year, King Milk-Yatan, reigning over Kition and Idalion, on the last day of the period of the 5 intercalars, the prince Balram, son of a dedicated statue to Apollo. Literally, and what's the god that's? Let me see. What's the god? Reshep. You can see old Greccio interpretatio happening. That's the healer god for the Phoenicians. Reshep. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. The Phoenicians are the same pantheon as the Greeks. So you can see Reshep is the healer god. Apollo's the healer god here. Now let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. This is a nice clear inscription picture we got here. Here is the syllabic, the Greek syllabic script from Cyprians. Here's the Phoenician, and let's see how it stacks up. So here's the letters. You have, where is it? I can't see the I wish they had like an English or a Greek counter. I wish they had something like that on here. That would be awesome. But I'm seeing right here, there's an upside down eta. I think that might see. You could see they even have an eta. See right here.
Or maybe it's like epsilon.
Epsilon. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Okay. But does this not prove my point that there are other technologies floating around in the Greek world as far as alphabetic scripts goes, and they have their roots in Linear B. That is a true statement. The point. Look at this. Parent systems, right? Okay, let's go back to this one.
Yeah, the Cypro-Minoan syllabary is the parent system of that.
Cypriot, Cypro-Minoan, and then Linear A. I guess Linear B should be in there too, right?
No, actually, the direct line is Linear A, Cypro-Minoan syllabary, and then Linear B is an offshoot of Linear A.
Got it.
So this is a different stream of transmission. Yeah.
But the point I'm making is we can look at this and look at this character right here. Right here. See my mouse?
Yeah.
It says K, G, or K, but ignore the sound. I'm just looking at the shape of this, because you know how in Latin or English we do the letter V for V, but in Greek it's N, but it's the same letter, right?
Well, K, G, and H are considered allophones, which means they're basically different varieties of the same sound.
Yes, but I'm saying the character looks like a sideways heta or epsilon. You see it?
Or
right here. You have another one. There's another one right here for N. But I'm not saying. I'm saying ignore the sound. I'm saying just look at the shape of it. Just like the way the letter nu looks like an English V. It's the same symbol, but it's being used differently by a different alphabet creator. Look at this one, S, and it looks like a sigma, almost. This is me just looking at this for fresh eyes, guessing, completely speculating. But I'm saying I think there's a good case to be made that the Phoenicians drew inspiration from the existing syllabic scripts that are Linear B, Cypriot script, and whatnot.
Do you want to see? Yeah, throw up what I have on screen. I put Matt Baker's useful charts thing. It's my cutout of it, right? So this shows you the stream that he has from Proto-Sinaitic to Phoenician to Archaic Greek. This is the standard model, right? This isn't Dr. Val's model.
From what I understand, this is flawed. This is what I've been told. This is flawed. That Proto-Sinaitic script is not really. It's been like dubiously found through inscriptions that we don't even know if they're real or not. Is that true? I
don't know.
Because I heard some people even doubt that Proto-Sinaitic script even exists. That it's just all we're looking at is Egyptian.
Yeah.
Some sort of Egyptian script.
I mean, it's probably a hypothetical reconstruction at some point.
Yeah. Mythvision podcast.
A Mythvision podcast has become initiated. How does 2 days interview on Cross Bible relate?
How does 2 days interview?
Today's.
Oh, that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, I mean that's the whole look. I want to pull up. All right, so Derek is exactly what we're talking about right now, man. This is a huge topic. I love it. I think what she brought forth sort of vindicated some of the ideas that were floating in my head about alphabetic scripts already, and I was so glad to hear it because I already had these theories about Cypriot script and sort of like being more nuanced than just coming from one source, being sort of an idea that ideas just like that's why I brought up Microsoft and Apple. They both come out at the same time. They're competing and they steal from each other. That's what I think is going on with these scripts.
Well, and you can see the evolution of the alphabet, regardless of whether or not Proto-Sinaitic is a thing. Yeah. And maybe it's modeled after Egyptian, but you can see that epsilon sign that came from this sort of stick figure. But then to the right, you also have that Djed pillar, like the spine of Osiris. That's like an Egyptian symbol.
Yes,
and that ends up in the alphabet as.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
I was going to say. It looks like whoever created the Phoenician alphabet was trying to please Egyptians and Greeks at the same time, which makes sense if you're trading with both huge worlds.
At Solaric Knight dropped $2 super chat. Rosetta Stone proved hieroglyphs first alphabet.
Rosetta Stone cracked open the hieroglyphics. We couldn't read them before that, but it wasn't the first. It's not an alphabet. I mean, hieroglyphs are not an alphabet. It is a. What do you call it?
The hieroglyph. Well, it's a pictologographic. It's
that's what I meant. Yeah,
so basically, it means that some of the hieroglyphs are representations, like they're pictographs. They represent like the thing that's depicted, and some of them are actually like letters. And so that was what the Rosetta Stone taught us. It gave people alignment with Greek because they could read the Greek, but then they had the hieratic script and then the Egyptian hieroglyphs, and that was the breakthrough. Was like, oh, now we can understand hieroglyphs.
Now we can read it. But check this out. I want people to know this. This is important. The earliest Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions are dated to this blah 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 blah. However, I'm not sure who wrote this, but look how it's well established. We got 4 sources for this. However, the discovery of the 2 Wadi El Hol inscriptions near the Nile River suggests that the script originated in Egypt. Here's the important part. The evolution of Proto-Sinaitic and the small number of Proto-Canaanite inscriptions from the Bronze Age is based on a rather scant epigraphic evidence. It's only with the Bronze Age collapse and the rise of new Semitic kingdoms in the Levant that Proto-Canaanite is clearly attested. Biblos inscriptions, boom. So this is basically saying we only have 2 tiny little, we don't even have any evidence for this. We have this, the Wadi El Hol. What do you make out of that? It almost looks like scribbles. I don't know if this is a real. It could be just Egyptian. So someone just writing down Egyptian words really we don't know what this. There's no official text from a pharaoh or some king or something that uses this script. We don't even know if it's a real script. However.
Yeah. And I paused in my interview to ask her about the Wadi El Hol inscription because she had a slide dedicated.
What did she say?
She said we don't really know. We generally classify it as West Semitic, but it's an umbrella term.
It does. We don't know much. So what I think is going on is I think whoever put together the 22-letter Phoenician alphabet was looking at. They were looking to the northwest, whatever you want to call it, west to the Cypriots and to the Aegean people, to the Ionians, and they were looking at what they were doing with their linear B and their linear A, and they're looking at that stuff. They're also looking south to their Egyptian neighbors, and they're thinking, well, we're trading with both. So let's put together a simple 22-letter script that can kind of meet them in the middle. So I think what ends up happening is I think the Phoenician script ends up taking some of the characters from Egyptian and sort of kind of morphing them a little bit, but also taking characters like the E, for example, that letter E symbol, and the letter T symbol, and like the letter O symbol from these Proto-Greek scripts. That's my theory. I think, and it makes sense because the Phoenicians are the glue of the Mediterranean world. They're like the logos for a perfect pun. They are the glue that keeps the whole Mediterranean together. They're the traders. They're going around trading between Greeks and Egyptians, and it makes sense that they will be the ones to come up with this new technology so that they can trade between these cultures.
Yeah. And that Wadi El Hol, if you look at her, this is her slide. She shows that that's 19th century, and that's already an alphabetic. It's an abjad. It's only consonants, but this you see where that is on the map there. It's near the Valley of the Kings in Thebes. It's way down the Nile. It's Upper Egypt. It's not So there's also the Sinai Peninsula has inscriptions like this from the 19th to the 15th century, but this is 1,000 years before the Greek the Greek Phoenician alphabet was supposed to have been suddenly invented.
That's what makes it so hard to believe, because there's such a gap.
Yeah,
there's such a gap in between these two that it makes me think that we're just trying to find some sort of parent that's not really there. That's just my personal thoughts. I could be wrong. I do want to point out something real quick. I want to point out something I think when you look at linear B, a few things stand out to me. I mean, that almost looks like alpha. That's the E. But it's a vowel, so that makes sense. It looks like an alpha, right? It's a vowel too.
It does look like it. Yeah.
And then you look at this one, ka. I mean, that looks like the letter that we later get for theta in Phoenician.
But it's not a vowel. It's these are vowel consonant clusters, right?
Yeah. It's just,
so I guess so. Okay, so that one is a standalone vowel. The top row.
That's what I'm talking about, and it looks like an alpha, and it makes a very similar sound. You can almost see there's I'm throwing out the possibility that the Phoenician alphabet inventor was looking at Mycenaean Greek and taking inspiration from it. Like if you there's more to it.
I mean, it's essentially the Mycenaean equivalent of epsilon.
Yeah, epsilon. Exactly.
I mean, the alpha's on the left there. That would be that. It's a, e, I, o, u. Those are the main vowels.
And this almost looks like an upsilon letter, like with a Y with an extra fin on top. You can almost see that might have been the inspiration behind the upsilon. Another one that I noticed was then you have, it looks like there's also Egyptian inspiration with this ray, and it almost looks like the your familiar Egyptian symbols with that. So I mean, I think this is very, look at right here, zeta or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it. Zeta. That's clearly an ankh, dude. Yeah, and guess what? In Egyptian, the word for life is za, life, za. So you can see ankh is a symbol for life, and it's also the letter Z. So I think there's Egyptian borrowing happening on top of their own inventing of their own different characters for whatever reason. And then you get the Phoenician traders coming along, borrowing from both of these scripts, Egyptian and Linear B, coming up with a new technology for the entire Mediterranean. That's my theory.
Yeah. Well, and you also have you see where it says te, the Jed, the spine of Osiris.
Right here?
The Jed pillar to the right of it.
Oh, right here. Yeah, that's a Jed pillar. Yeah, good call, dude.
And that looks like the Egyptian symbol, and that was eventually going to turn into the x that we have in Greek, right? The 3 lines.
Yeah.
But in a different stream of transmission.
Yeah. Let me just see if I can find something real quick. This is the ankh symbol. I thought it was za. I think it's za. but I could be wrong. This one says ha. That's the way to pronounce it in this one. Anyways.
But you can see those combinations. It's like they had a separate symbol for re and se and te and we and ze. Like have a different letter for all of those combinations of vowels and consonants. It's a pretty exhausting writing system if you think about it. It wasn't as efficient as the final Greek alphabet.
There's this one Twitter post that says what I just said. Have a look at this. Ancient Greek, Zao, life. By the way, Zoe probably comes from this.
Yeah.
And it says linear B, Za, symbol, which is the shape of the Egyptian Ankh, means life. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh my God, that just blew my mind right the frick off, dude. Do you realize how crazy that is? Right? You get it, right?
Yeah.
This is pretty crazy, right? Because you literally, Zoe means life, or Za, and it's the Egyptian symbol for Ankh that goes back to 3000 BC. That's pretty damn cool, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, the Egyptians and Greeks are a lot more interconnected than we think, dude. We like to think they're two separate cultures, and they are for a lot of reasons. They're not the same culture, but they're a lot closer integrated than a lot more than we think.
Well, I think it was like the Minoans looked up, the Mycenaeans looked up to the Minoans, and the Minoans looked up to the Egyptians.
Yes. Minoans, yes. And there's some sources of the Egyptians looking up to the Minoans as they call them like super hardy seafaring people. Like they're like when we went to war, there was like it took 10 of us to kill one of them. There's an inscription that says this about the Minoans. Like one Minoan was like 10 Egyptians. That's what they said. The Egyptians are saying this. They had a hard time defeating the Minoans because how good at a battle they were.
This comb is my favorite though. Like it has a curse that it's a comb that has a curse that curses the head lice, so that you can brush the head lice out of your hair, and there's a curse on it, so it's like curse the head lice.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, how old is that one?
It's made around 1700 BCE.
Damn. And that's Phoenician?
What did I think we talked about it in the article.
Because I can't even tell by looking at that right now.
Yeah, hold on a second. Head lice.
It says Kingdom of Judah. They really have inscriptions from Judah back then? 1700 BC?
No, I mean, that wouldn't have been Judah back then, but I think
that's what I'm saying. It literally says a Bronze Age comb from the ancient kingdom of Judah.
Well, and that's another thing she was talking about is a lot of the times when you find an artifact in an archaeological dig, like at a certain layer, they just date everything. Like they don't presuppose, well, what if there's something in that layer that's really old, right? Like somebody had an artifact that was already really old, and you have to kind of see past that dating bias.
Yeah, I was talking to Adler about that. He said that's more rare than you think. Like if you think about it, like you're in a school and everything in that school has computers that are in the last 10 years. The chairs are probably 20 years, but hardly anything in that school is going to be 100, 200 years old. And if it gets buried tomorrow, then most of the stuff in that school is going to be from the same time period. So you got to apply that to these digs. You don't go in there going, I wonder if this is 500 years older than we like. You can't really assume that. You can, if you can find evidence to prove that it was, then maybe you would go with it. But you can't just assume something you find in a dig is going to be, you know what I mean?
So this is basically a Canaanite ivory comb, right? It's like this is before Hebrew didn't exist when this inscription was
the
written.
Guardian just messed that up with that title, huh?
Yeah.
Because I was going to say Kingdom of Judah didn't exist in 1700 BC. That was a silly title to put there. What else? Oh, yeah. So I do want to show this sort of Dipsilio tablet stuff. I've talked about this. I was fascinated by it. I was open to it. So don't say I'm closed-minded. I was very open to this. But recently, the more I've looked into it, the more I realized this is probably not real. You know what this is? Well, why isn't there a picture of it? It's a Dipsilio tablet. I don't know why there's no picture of it here.
Dispilio?
Dispilio. Is that what I said? Dipsilio? Yeah.
You said Dipsilio. It's Dispilio.
Yeah, I meant to say Dispilio tablet.
Dispilio.
But it was discovered. I want to find a picture of it. This Spilio tablet. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Here it is. So it's like a piece of wood, or I don't know what it is, but let me show you what I got. This right here, and it looks like what we're talking about. It looks like linear A or linear B. That's why I was so fascinated with it. But the problem is the place they dug it up on was from a site that was Neolithic, like 50,000 BC, or maybe Paleolithic or something. Anyways, let's go back to the article that tells us about it, which is it says, let me see. Here we go. Did I say 50,000? I meant to say 5,000. My bad. Corresponds to a calendar age range of 5,000 BC at a 95% probability. So what do we got here? Well, what looks like somebody's fucking with archaeologists. This is a forgery. This actually happens more than you think. Like there's digs in America where somebody will slip a fake Phoenician inscription, and archaeologists will find it and they'll go, "What is this?" But then you can tell it's forged because they don't know Phoenician and they just wrote a bunch of gibberish, so it's fake. This happens more often than you think, and it gets the alt historian people all fucking wired up, dude, because they don't know better. They're thinking like, "Oh, archaeologists are lying to us." It's like, no, they want this to be real. I do. I was all over this thing when I first saw it. The more you look into it, the more it doesn't make any sense at all. There's nothing. It doesn't make any sense because there's nothing like this anywhere. People do bring up Tartaria tablets, this stuff right here. Vinca, this is the one that someone was brought up earlier. So okay,
Vinca.
There is, huh?
I think it's
Vinca.
Vinca.
Is that how you say it?
I don't know. It's Hungarian. I think that symbol.
Maybe
is
Vinca. Yeah.
Vinca.
The point is, like, we do have these symbols found all throughout Europe. So it does look like there are proto-writing of some kind all around Europe. Like this right here looks like someone's counting something. Sometimes it's just like little inscriptions like this. But we can't. What happens is people try to combine them together into one thing without any reason. So one of these tablets is found in Romania. Another one's found 2,000 years later in Germany. Another one's found 1,000 years later in Spain. How do we put them? They look somewhat similar, but they're not the same. And it becomes a kind of like a mess to try to put it all together when you cannot find a clear-cut example of like an alphabet or an inscription or a text like you would find for like cuneiform, for example. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, you would really enjoy geeking out with Dr. Val. I almost feel like when you have her on, she should have her like slideshow ready, but she probably shouldn't give like, she shouldn't do just a straight presentation like she did on my channel. You should do more like Q&A and show her some of this stuff and just pick her brain a bit.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get her on to talk about some of this stuff. You know who was a big into Vinca? What Vinca was? Akaria S thought it was real. She was huge into this stuff.
Oh, really? I know.
Yeah, she thought it. She has it in her book. She tried to connect it with the what's that Middle Eastern? Not cuneiform, but the one in like the Mohenjo-daro area.
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about? It looks like this, by the way. Here, I'll pull it up. You don't know what Mohenjo-daro is?
Nope.
Really? What is it called again? The Indu script? I think it's the Indu script. This one right here. I'll show you what I mean. It's like one of the oldest scripts of all time. It does look weirdly similar to the ones we've been looking at, though. It does have that similar kind of style. Mm-hmm. But this is what it looks like. These are very old. These are like 3,000 BC. See, 2,800 BC. Possible proto-script from 3,500 BC. Right to left. Harappan. That's what it's called. Harappan. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
So, you could see it looks similar to cuneiform a little bit.
Yeah, like because it's Akkadian and Valley.
And it's not that far away. It used to be modern day Pakistan. area, or Indus, like but still somewhat to the left, Pakistan region. See what I mean? This way.
Yeah.
But look, I'm just pointing out there are writing styles out there,
So
and then
sorry.
go ahead.
Why did you put Amen on the thumbnail?
Because a lot of his followers are allergic to the idea that there's a possibility that Greeks could have borrowed from the Phoenicians. They are like, they lose their shit over this. By the way, just so you guys know, this is like end of debate. Aleph is where we get the word alpha come from, is not a Greek word. There's no Greek alpha. We use it for one sometimes, or beta, sometimes alpha, beta, 1 and 2. That's not where it comes from. The etymology, aleph means house. I'm sorry, aleph means ox. Bet means house. Alphabet is a Semitic word. I don't want this to be true. I'm just being honest. This is just the objective truth. If I had to choose, if I had my own choice, I would say the Greeks. This is a Greek word, but it's not my choice. I don't care about my choice. I care about what the answer is to this. I care about the objective truth here. Aleph bet comes from ox house, Semitic. So it's a Semitic invention. Sorry.
Why is it so hard to, like, because you and I were looking through Lady Babylon transcripts. We were trying to figure out, like, what is his position on this, and why is he so?
He knows
like,
that it's from the Phoenicians, but he will never. It's almost like he's just avoiding the conversation. He lets his minions talk about this in the chat. You know, that it's all Greek. The Greeks invented the alphabet, and academia is lying to us because they want to hide the truth or whatever. That type of shit. And that comes from Ammonite circles.
You can see here this slide Dr. Valls showed, like 1400 to 1180 BCE consonantal alphabetic writing in Ugaritic.
That's Hebrew. That's Hebrew.
Rosh Shamra.
Yeah, Rosh Shamra. That's the Ugaritic sources. If you can, I'm not kidding. There's 22 letters. I think it's 22 letters. Hold on. Ugaritic.
But she shows that it's Aleph Bit Gimel. Aleph Bit Gimel is already the established word, the order by then.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So you can't. There is no Greek. There's no Minoan script or Mycenaean script that uses the word alpha or bet or beta. That comes from adoption. That comes from this later alphabet. And Ugaritic's already using those words for their script. Not only that, if you actually look at the Ugaritic's that's not the right one. If you go to the Ugaritic alphabet, now it's cuneiform. It's not Phoenician yet, but this is literally Hebrew. This is literally the closest thing you're going to get. It even says like its descendants, Paleo-Hebrew, Hebrew, Syriac, right? Mm-hmm. Look at this. It has 22 letters. It's literally the Hebrew alphabet that hasn't found Phoenician yet. So you have alpha, beta, gamma, eta, theta, dalet, and then I don't know what that is. Z, H, W, T, Z. You have all the same letters, and it's weird because in Akkadian there's way more letters. Ugaritic has the traditional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24. Okay, maybe there's more than that. 25 to 27, 20, 20. There's, roughly 25 to 30 letters or characters, we want to call it. You can see sort of an alphabetic system happening, but they're using cuneiform to write it. Isn't that crazy? Another thing I noticed about this. Look at Shin 3. Notice how the letter Shin in Hebrew has 3 like this? Here, actually, let me just, if I can pull up Hebrew alphabet. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to go back and forth for a second. So this is, okay, so so notice how the Shin, I'm showing it right now, right here, see this? All right. Now let me do something real quick. Let me go back. We're going to go back and forth real quick, right? Okay, so we're Right now we're looking. So you see, Shin has 3, right? Now watch this. Paleo Hebrew. The Shin has 3. Oh, that's Mem. Where is it? Right here. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I'm sorry. Right here. 1, 2, 3. Now, if we go back to another thing I noticed, if we go back to Ugaritic again, did it load?
I'm still looking at the same image.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another one that looks kind of similar, I think, is not Alpha. That one doesn't look the same. Gimel. Gimel's just one line. Oh, he right here. What is it? It looks like 1, 2, 3, but going sideways. He is the same, is a predecessor of, watch this. He, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So I think there's a good case to be made that the Phoenician alphabet is heavily dependent on this Ugaritic cuneiform sort of writing system, right?
And I think that basically fits her model.
Are you serious?
Well, look back at the.
I'm not even kidding. I didn't even get this from her. I've been thinking this for my own research for a long time now.
Or wait, hold on a second. Let me.
She goes back to the Ugaritic alphabet.
Well, let's look at her slides.
Do you have a clip of that, by the way? Yeah, let's go to that clip. You have a clip of her?
Well, this is just the model. This is the it's I marked it up because there was a spelling error, but basically her new model has. Hold on a second. Let me. How do I hide this? You can see. So Phoenician is taking from Northwest Semitic alphabets that we have.
Yeah.
And then that's going back to some proto-alphabetic writing. And I think this is what you are positing, is the proto-alphabetic writing that's like the grandparent of Phoenician and early Hebrew.
Yeah.
This does not exist in the mainstream. The mainstream the current model is this: linear. Northwest Semitic, Phoenician, Greek, Italic, Anatolian. This is the consensus.
Yeah. And these linear models are always wrong. There's always more nuance. There's always more than nothing's ever linear. Yeah. But go ahead.
But so the linear model is just what we have. What
right.
we have is what existed. What we don't have didn't exist. And so she's saying,
sure.
Well, maybe there was something we don't have yet, but it existed, and we're unearthing all of these Northwest Semitic alphabets. It's all coming from that are discoveries from Northwest Semitic languages. And she has a colleague, she has a whole team that she's working on. This is a big project that she's doing. It's really exciting. And there's another guy who's like she's more of like on the Greek side of things. She has a colleague who's like a Semitic language expert who was going to join me in this interview. It was supposed to be a 3-way discussion, and he dropped out for scheduling reasons, but he's thinking about coming on for like another one-on-one that would focus exclusively on Northwest Semitic alphabet and new discoveries, like on the ground archaeology. So he's somebody that I also want to like connect with, do my thing, and I'll kick him over to you if you want to talk to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. Oh, we got a nice super chat from Hunters.
At Hunters 215 dropped $10 super chat. Thanks for the scholarship. Harappan culture is fascinating.
Yeah, it really is. It doesn't get a lot of talk. People don't talk about it as much as I think they should. The Harappan stuff. It's very like it's one of those unreadable. It's like linear A. Like we have Harappan script, we don't know what it says. We like it's just like one of those like we just have a whole bunch of clay tablets. And we have no idea what it actually says. Let me share my screen again real quick, and just kind of show you what I'm talking about here. Harappan language. It's the predecessor for Indus, you know. At some point, the Indus adopt the Phoenician style alphabet. That's where you get Sanskrit. Sanskrit actually does come from Phoenician, not the language, just the script. It's very complicated. Like you got to remember, scripts are not languages; they're just scripts. You speak your language, you write the script, and your language goes through the script. But you can write with the script and have nothing to do with the language.
Well, we use the Latin script, and we don't have We don't even have like letters for ch and sh and
So we
th.
combine letters together with CH.
Yeah, we use an obnoxiously foreign
That's weird.
alphabet
That's not common for any languages.
We should
When
be
you have
writing in.
diphthongs-
There are YouTubers, like there are linguists and who have presence on YouTube who argue that we should just go back to runes. We just restore runes.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Yeah, it was like it's a better alphabet for our language. It's like our native alphabet. We just abandoned it.
It fits better like a glove.
Yeah.
I know some people who have pushed back on that, saying, "Yeah, I get what he's saying, but no." A few people I know said that like really it wouldn't work. But maybe I don't know. I could not even assess that at all. Right?
Well, it's because they have single letters for like th and the.
Right.
Like those are two different sounds, and we spell them with the same combination of T and H, and it's silly. Like
I don't think there's any other language or any other writing system that do that for consonants. I know with vowels you get diphthongs. You put two vowels together, it makes a different sound. But I've never seen anything where two consonants put together makes a new sound.
Well,
other than
okay.
English.
For example, there are
In
loan
Greek,
words.
right?
Well, in modern Greek, they have the TZ and the TS.
The NG thing.
Their D sound now is spelled NT. They have TZ and T in TS for basically it's their equivalent of ch and j because they don't have ch and j. But they have a lot of loan words from Turkish like jacuzzi that have a j sound, and so they spell it taf zita. That's za. And it's sort of like it's a sound that they spell with like two letters that are consonants. So it does exist.
When you put two gammas together, it makes a ng sound.
But that's an ancient thing. That's but that's still two letters. It's just a weird combination.
Yeah, but I guess it's somewhat similar to what we do in English. Somewhat.
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah.
One new member just joined. Ethan, thank you for becoming a member.
Ethan Lyev has become initiated.
You've been initiated into the Gnosis. Enjoy. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else we were talking about.
Well, yeah. Somebody said in the chat that Amen mentioned that the Greeks wrote from left to right, and
that's not true.
Well, yeah, it's like eventually they did, but
they do. The oldest Greek we have is right to left, so he's just debunked on the spot by Greek itself. Let the Greek debunk. Greek debunks Amen. He's debunked by Greek.
Yeah, when I went back to see like what he was saying about the origins and about the Phoenicians, like he really just leans into this whole Pelasgian thing.
Yeah.
And that's not just him. Like there's a whole
a lot of people do that. Yeah.
And you met them in Greece. You met Bexis is in that club.
You know what's ironic? They hate Amen. These people.
Did they even pay attention to him?
The Greek pagans of Greece fucking hate Amen. They think he's like bastardizing. He's doing something. They call him he's just a Christian, dude. He's just a Jesus follower. He's doing some weird shit. We have nothing to do. We don't believe in Satan. We don't believe in that bullshit. That's what they say. They hate Amen. But they align with Amen when it comes to the Greek alphabet. They think, oh, no. Modern and ancient, I shouldn't say that. They disagree with him on a lot of stuff. They agree with him on Greek having Pelasgian roots. But they actually disagree with him. They say modern English or modern Hebrew or modern and ancient are no different. It's hardly that different. You guys are just being weird. I'm like, shut up, dude. That I agree with Amen on. Modern and ancient are very different. But they will argue that it's the same thing. That's what they'll say.
Well, and I think they also, I don't know what Amen's position is on the pre-Greek substrate, but they really contest the idea of the pre-Greek substrate. They do not believe in it.
Super chat. Did Phoenicians get their letter from hieroglyphs?
Good question. Pull up that slide you had. Because there's a case to be made that a lot of the script does come from Egyptian. So like the point I'm making is they can't stand Amen because they think he has no sense of what Greek culture is. They think he's just a Christian with no clue what Greek culture. This is what they say about him. They're like, he's literally ruining our culture by spreading all this Christian Satanism nonsense. That's nothing to do with Greek culture. That's all Christian nonsense. But they agree with him on the fact that Greeks have a Pelasgian ancestry to the alphabet, not a Phoenician. But then they disagree with him and say ancient Greek and modern Greek are no different. So they're not really that much aligned. There's just a little bit. They have a little few things in common. You know. You found it?
Yeah. So this was the slide that you wanted?
No, the one that shows the hieroglyphics, the Proto-Semantic one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me get to that one. It is, hold on, 2 seconds.
I think I could find. I think there's like a whole.
I pulled it.
You got it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Matt Baker's.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, and I look the Proto-Semantic thing. I'm skeptical of the Proto-Semantic thing. I think that we're looking at these two inscriptions that are weird, and we're trying to make that. I think it's similar to what people are doing with the Vinca script. But isn't it funny how this one gets a lot more traction in scholarship than Vinca does? But it's the same thing essentially. You're finding these two random inscriptions on caves somewhere that don't even make sense, and they look somewhat Egyptian. It looks somewhat similar to what we find in Phoenician later on, and we just kind of I think people are just trying to make it fit. But either way, I do think whoever invented the Phoenician alphabet was morphing some of these Egyptian characters into. I think they were doing three things at once, actually. I should revise my theory. They're taking some of the Ugaritic cuneiform. They're taking some of the Egyptian style text, and then they're taking some of the Linear B Cypriot text, and they're coming up with a super duper alphabet. Mm-hmm. We're actually forgetting one more thing, too. Demotic.
Yeah.
The Demotic script. We haven't even talked about that yet.
Yeah, Demotic script is like the cursive version of hieroglyphs. Like, yeah,
it's very ancient. It's before the alphabet, right?
No, I don't believe it's.
Oh no, I'm thinking of hieratic. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Hieratic is proto-alphabet. Look at 3,200 to 3rd century BC, and look at it. It's not the hieroglyphs. It's way more of a cursive. Way more of a faster writing style. And if you look at it, you can see, I think this is another player that needs to be addressed when discussing alphabetic scripts. We can't forget about hieratic script. It does have that very much, it has a script feel. It almost looks like Arabic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Or like Byzantine minuscule.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see if we can find an alphabet for that, or like a, is there actual? Do we have some sort of lexicon for this somewhere?
I don't know.
I don't know if they have it. Look, hieratic should not be confused with cursive hieroglyphs. The two were indistinct during the Old Kingdom, but separated into different writing systems during the first. Interesting. But this gave rise to the Demotic, though. And then look at this right here. Look at Egyptian, hieratic. Child systems, Demotic, and also possibly Biblos syllabary. If you look at Biblos syllabary, this is for Phoenicia. This is the Biblos is in Phoenicia. Yeah. And if you look at it, 1800 to 1400 BCE. Not only that, it looks like fucking Linear B, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, to my untrained eye, I don't know. Yeah, it's
exactly
similar. Yeah,
3,788 dropped $5 super chat. Spiral writing patterns found in ancient Minoan civilization, a veneration of the murex shell and purple dye now believed to predate Phoenicia.
There's a whole article about this. That the purple dye might have been invented by the Minoans, not the Phoenicians. You ever heard this before?
No, I haven't.
At least if I can find Minoan purple dye. There's a whole paper on this. I think I could find it. Minoan purple found on Crete. Here's from University of Arizona. The Minoan origin of Tyrian purple, right here. Look at this. The Minoan origin of Tyrian purple, right? Here it is. Minoan origin of Tyrian purple by Robert Stiglitz. He says the Tyrian purple, also known as royal purple, was the most expensive. Let me see if I can zoom this in a little bit. Was the most expensive dye in the ancient world. Indirect evidence about its value provided by Ugaritic texts of the 14th century. Remember, we just mentioned Ugaritic, with various types of dyed wools that were listed as prices. Some of these textiles were evidently dyed with Tyrian purple, as their higher prices, which is this. Homer used a special term, helioporphyros, sea purple, to refer to this dye. Perhaps in order to distinguish from purple dye imitations by the time of Diocletian in 301 BCE. Wait, Diocletian is 301 AD. Is there a typo right in the beginning of the paper?
Probably, I don't know.
Is there a different Diocletian?
301 BC?
No, it can't be, because this is the Edict of Max. He made a huge error right off the bat. That's not a good sign. We know it's 301 CE, not BCE, dumbass. We know that wool dyed with Tyrian purple was literally worth its weight in gold. Anyways, this guy goes on to argue that the oldest evidence of dye is from Crete. That's what he says.
Okay.
So, but that mistake in the intro is not a good sign, dude. No offense. I mean, it looks like a nice article. It's well cited. It's got its sources cited and everything. See, but that's weird. Anyways,
another super chat.
Yeah, supers are coming in. I appreciate you guys.
Lightyear has dropped $5 super chat. Other day, I said I asked GPT if her right. Her first instinct was right. It was a joke. Her response was hilarious. Sorry for the confusion. GJ Toe.
Oh, let's talk about another stream where he made a comment and said, "You're wrong." I asked ChatGPT, said you're wrong. It was a joke. Your response was hilarious. I'm glad you got a kick out of that. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Cheers. Cheers. Bach and Pen is in the house. I was wondering where you're at. Do you think the stoned ape drawings lead to writing? It's a good theory. It's a great theory. It's just, who knows? Do we have evidence that these stoned apes were writing things down? How do you get to it? That's what I'm wondering. It's a good question, though. Why not? People, maybe some apes got a new diet from leaving the forest, going to the open plains, and they found some dung patties, and they ate the mushrooms, and they started to expand their minds, and started tripping on balls, and then they started writing things down. Anything's possible. Who knows? Good question, though. I wanted to go back to this. This is what we haven't talked about yet. The Biblos syllabary, it's the middleman. It really is. This is what I was trying to get at since the first comment I highlighted from Tiger Shark. Tiger Shark's mentioned early on in the episode. Where are you at, Tiger Shark? He's in here somewhere. I know he is. Tiger Shark. So, Tiger Shark, and I can't get back to that. It's way in the beginning. He pointed out, I think there might be something going on with Cyprus, or Kupris. And it turns out, there's another super chat. Thank you for the super chat, guys.
At Lightyear's dropped $5 super chat. A take later on Constantine's Christianity going awry was sharp, and it sparked a great talk with my pastor. Insight like that helps congregations.
Wow, really? Yeah, Christianity was, during Constantine's time, you had a period where the Persians were encroaching on the eastern borders, right where Antioch, Syria is, a giant Christian city. You also had Armenia was the oldest Armenian conversion to Christianity. Watch this. People do not talk about this enough, in my opinion. This is a huge factor for the rise of Christianity. It's almost like a little miracle happened in the East that sparked the rise of Christianity that no one even notices, and that's Armenia.
Yeah.
This is in 301. They convert to Christianity. They are the first Christian state before Rome. So this sparks off, in my opinion, and Jill Harries actually points this out in her book, that it looks like right around this time, because Armenia did this, all of a sudden now Rome has pressure. Oh shit. Are we going to start losing a bunch of people that are going to move to Armenia now because we're treating them like shit? And our Diocletian has all these persecutions on Christians. Maybe I should lift the persecutions, which I think happens in 303. If I'm not mistaken, 2 years after this. So just pointing this out, this might be part of the reason why Christianity was so successful in the 4th century, might have to do with Armenia. So thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. What do you think about that question?
My dog is like driving me nuts. He really wants to go outside. This is
Want to take her out?
Animal abuse. He's like,
Hey,
come on, let me
you
outside.
wanna come back?
He's not digging the stream.
Are you done for the night?
Yeah, I probably got to wrap up for the night. But thank you for plugging the video.
Yeah, man.
I'll drop it again in the chat, and if you can remember to put it in the description, I would be very okay. Okay, great. So yeah, links in the description. Please give that a watch and a thumbs up. Really appreciate the traction for that. And then also we were plugging Matt Baker at Useful Charts. Make sure you're subscribed to the Useful Charts YouTube channel because Matt Baker is working on a new video, which is part 2 of his Bible timeline series that features my Bible timeline. Yeah, that's Matt Baker. So that should be coming out in the next week or two. He's making a part 2 of his timeline of the Bible series that features Cross Bible's timeline. So that'll be good. And then
Go ahead.
And I'll connect you via email to Dr. Val so you can book her for your channel.
Awesome. I can't wait for that. Yeah, man. That's the alphabet right there from Matt. And I couldn't. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Later.
All right. Have a good one. See you later. Yeah, dude. So that was awesome having him on. Phoenician script owes its development to ancient seafarers and their customs. Even today, nautical cultures use different language and systems. Yeah, I think so. This is exactly what I was just going to show you guys. Tiger Shark brought up a really good point. Because when you look at this is such a big deal in my opinion. Doesn't get enough traction. Is this what's called Biblos script? This is in Phoenicia, so you might as well call it Proto-Phoenician script. It's not as old as Ugaritic, but it looks like to be in between Ugaritic and Phoenician, but only in Biblos, not in Rosh Hashanah or Ugaritic. It's in its own category, so it almost is its own thing. It's not like a derivative of Ugaritic, but time-wise it is. But it's not derived from it as like the characters. What I think they're borrowing from Linear B. Look at this script right here and tell me that doesn't have Linear B written all over it. It looks like Linear B. It looks like, and if you look at the Phoenicians, if you look at map of Mediterranean, watch this. There's another super chat that just came in. Bach and Pan, thank you for the super chat.
And Vacan_Pan_Danny B's dropped $2 super
Appreciate
chat.
that.
What kind of Christians made up the Armenians?
Good question. I'll get to that in a second. You look at a map of the Mediterranean, you can see. Look at Cyprus, dude. What is that? What do you think about Cyprus? It is closer to Lebanon is Phoenicia, by the way. That's Phoenicia. Judea, Israel down here. This is where the alphabet supposedly originated, right here. Cyprus is right here. It's right here, dude. It's not all the way over here, even though it is a Greek island. And there are Phoenicians living here, by the way. The Phoenician, believe it or not, the Phoenician mythology has a king of Cyprus named King Kinnereth. And Kinor is a Hebrew word for the liar.
$2 super chat. Ancient Egyptians were related to modern UK?
No. No, they're not related to modern UK at all in any way, shape, or form. People do try to make that connection. It's just that the evidence falls apart when you really look into it. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Back to this one, though. Look how close Cyprus is to Phoenicia. The idea that these two places aren't culturally connected is insane. I'm not even just saying that as a guess. I know this. You have Cinyras, for example. He's in Latin. What's it called? He's in the Ovid's Metamorphosis. I'm sorry about that. I'm stuttering right now. Cinyras, for example, was a famous hero and king of Cyprus. Accounts vary significantly to genealogy. He's associated with the cult of Aphrodite on Cyprus and Adonis. Interesting, because that word Adonis, this is where Adonis comes from. He's actually a Cyprian deity that gets imported to the Greeks through Greek culture. He's very early on. He's cited by Sappho, 7th century, early 6th century BCE, very early, 600s, 500s BC, very, very early on. He's in Greek culture. But the name Adonis is Semitic, because Adon, which means Lord. And some scholars have proposed a connection with the Ugaritic deity Kunaru, which means liar. And this is not just a dubious guess because of the name. King Cinyras plays the lyre. He's a lyre playing king, like King David. He's the King David of the Cyprians and Phoenicians. According to Strabo, he previously ruled in the city of Biblos. Right? What did we just see? We just saw the Biblos script. Where'd it go? Where are the Biblos script? So check this out. So now when you go to the Biblos script, now you in your head, you know they're right next to the Cyprians. They share culture, they share mythologies, they share gods, they share heroes. They just have a different language. But then you look at the Biblos script and you're like, holy shit, this looks like linear B. Let's take a look. Let's compare these two, right? So we're looking at the Biblos script right now. And if we can find some sort of, here we go, perfect. This is what I wanted to find. Look at this. This is from Biblos script. There's your Gen pillar. Remember the Gen pillar? That's the letter B or M, I think. M. There's a super that just came in.
At Anti-Contrarian 3,788 $2 super chat. Why did Herodotus say Tyrians were from Bahrain?
There was a rumor that they had a bloodline that goes back there. But that might be true. If it is, it's hard to really figure out. I don't know how genetically it works out. But for some reason, by the way, Herodotus is writing a lot of rumors anyway. He just writes a lot of shit that he hears. So there might have been some sort of connection from them in modern day Bahrain. Semitic people do come from that part of the world too, so he might be right, but it's hard to know why he said that. Anyways, Phoenician script and Biblos. We're talking about Biblos. This is the Biblos script right here. So this is in Phoenicia, guys. Like, think about this. Wrap your head around this. This is from like 1800 to 1400 BC, and Biblos has their own script, and you can see clear Egyptian hieroglyphic borrowing. Look, there's the Ankh symbol. Look at this one right here, the T. Now look at this. Ready? There's that. Look, you see this? I'm gonna go to linear B right now. Watch this. Linear B. Here, let me go to linear B real quick. Linear B. Add page. Boom. All right, watch this. So you just saw this page, right? Now watch this. We go to linear B, and we go to an actual, let me see if I can find one of those actual pages where it shows everything. They don't have it, but you're just looking at the characters. How much does that line up? Look how much it lines up. There we go. Look at this. We just saw, for example, we just saw this one, We saw this one, the Jed pillar, and it's instead of a duh, it's a tuh. So it does this, it's the same part of your tongue, but it's just a tuh instead of a duh, right? This is R-E, or ra, or ray, or re. Now keep that in mind, because I'm going to go back to, I'm going to see what this is for what we were just, here's another section right here. I don't know if there's anything different. But okay, so let's keep it, let's take a look, let's compare this ray, right? Ray or re, and let's go back to where'd it go? Here we go. So let's see which one was that. That was right here. It's a T. So it's not the same sound, but look how close they look to each other. It looks like the same exact character. So I guess it's another case of like the nu in Greek and the V in Latin being the same character, but making two different sounds. That's what we're looking at right here. Let me see what else I can find. What is the array anyway?
Pan Danny D's dropped $2 super chat. Drawings less than pictorial.
Yeah, thank you. So where is the R, the re or R sound? I'm trying to find it right here so I can see what they do for theirs. I'm seeing a bunch of T's and why they have so many T's? M? These are all M's? T? What is going on? This is confusing. TSM? Is that E? I don't even know how to read this thing. There's a G2, there's a B8 here. And it says T and an M. I don't even know what I can't even tell what I'm reading anymore. To be honest, I don't even know why is this so scatterbrained? This chart is so scatterbrained. Anyways, the point I'm trying to point out to you guys is when you look at the style of writing and you look at the characters that's being used, it looks like they're borrowing from the Cypriot syllabic script. And this is in Biblos. This is in Phoenicia. So there's already evidence of Phoenicians looking to the Greeks for inspiration on how to write their scripts. Pretty cool if you think about it. Let me see. Linear B again. See what I'm saying? You have this symbol right here. This symbol right here. A couple of other ones that show up too. So I'm just trying to point out where this all came from.
At Aiden1L dropped $2 super chat. How different is Semitic from ancient Indo-European?
It's completely different. Completely different. So I have a book here. It's called In Search for the Indo-Europeans. I'll pull it up right now. James Mallory. This is a very old book. In Search for the Indo-Europeans. Very old book. Still good, though. It's a little bit dated. But James Mallory was trying to see if there was any overlap with the Semitic languages and the Indo-European. And there's not much, but there is a couple of words that are so ancient, so archaic, so ancient that they do end up coming, they overlap. For example, the word for wine. And we know why this happens. So when people trade goods with each other, they trade their good and they tell the person they're trading with what the name of it is. So the theory is wine, the cultivation of wine. Watch this. Cultivation of vine. If I go to the Wikipedia page for viticulture, watch this. So this is viticulture, and you can see, if you go to the history of it, let me see if I can find the history of it. Oh, this is not on here? Wine? Okay, here we go. Wine has been produced for thousands of years. The earliest evidence from 6000 BCE in present-day Georgia. And then it gets spread to the Mediterranean and the rest of the world. So from the Black Sea Caucasus region, wine is invented. Viticulture is invented. So when these Indo-Europeans traded with these Semitic neighbors in the south, they said, this is called woinos. Woinos is the word in Greek. And then over time, the Hebrew starts to call it yayin. Yod, alpha, yod, in, yayin. And you can see yayin, wayin, winos. They're very similar words. They're cognates. They have the same origin. Yayin in Hebrew comes from woinos in Greek, or Proto-Greek, Indo-European, I should say. So the word for wine in Hebrew is not a Semitic word. It's an Indo-European word. It means it comes from the word wine because they traded it from the north. So there's a few examples of this where you have words that are so archaic that they are in common with Semitic and Indo-European. Not a lot, like I said, it's not a lot of examples. Mostly they're completely different. Let me see if I can find a couple examples in here that he gives. It's pretty interesting. Let's see. Oh, like some of the numbers too, like 7. Sheba is Hebrew for 7. There's something going on with the numbers that seems to line up a little bit too. So numbers seem to be a little bit aligned. Not a lot though, like I said. The number 7, Sheba, and number 7 for 7 and Sheba are seem to have something going on. Let's see here. Where is it? I know there's a couple of good examples here that I'm gonna show you right now. Where is it? What page is it again? Oh, here we go. Greek, the Akkadian word pilak, Greek word pelikas, and Sanskrit parasu let's see. Indo-European notorious correspondence between the Greek pelikas, Sanskrit parasu, which are traditionally compared to Akkadian pilak. The Akkadian word actually means spindle or spike. The word has probably been borrowed into Greek and Indo-Iranian from a foreign source, and everything about the structure of the word suggests that it is not native to Proto-Indo-European. So, for example, like the Proto-Indo-Europeans have brater, brother, duter, daughter, mater, mother, pater, father. You know, but in Hebrew it's not. It's abba, ima. They have a different system for mother and father. They're totally separate. They're not. It's not the same anymore. They're totally different. What else? Wait, where's the? There's a whole page in here where it shows the examples of. Here we go. I found it. Okay, cool. Finno-Ugaric and possibly Semitic Indo-European relations has the greatest demand on our attention. And he says, the number of lexical comparisons depending on one source or some extent imagination is sizable and may approach 100 to 200 examples total. That's it. That's not a lot, but it's a good amount. It's a good amount. And he's saying they're not all legit. They look similar. They might be similar, but sometimes it's hard to tell. For example, some of the comparisons place Indo-European handbooks as Proto-Indo-European staru or taru, which in Proto-Semitic, tauru, it almost sounds exactly the same, the word for ox. So Taurus, tauru, or staru in Indo-European are related to the word ox. That's a really strong example of Indo-European and Semitic lining up. Another one, Indo-European septum and Proto-Semitic seba, 7. I already brought that one up. I already knew that from the top of my head. So the word for 7 in Indo-European and in Semitic seem to be the same word. In more extensive lists, agricultural words, approximately by a quarter of all the words allegedly shared by Indo-European and Semitic. For example, Greek Pelikas, Indic, Parasu, and Akkadian Pilak, spindle. I already brought that one up. The Akkadian word for sarpu, silver, vaguely similar to Germanic word for silver. That's pretty much it, though. There's pretty much nothing else. Those are the examples, guys. Other than that, Semitic and Indo-European have like nothing in common. They have completely different grammar systems, completely different syntax systems. Their vocabulary is nothing alike except for the one I just named you. So that's that. All right, what else we got? Thank you for that question, by the way. Drawings, pictorial, phonetic, contextual growth. Yeah, I think it starts off with writing down drawings. You're writing down what you're seeing with your eyes, putting it down, inscribing it, paintings, inscriptions. Eventually, it starts to get like codified, sort of becomes sort of like a script, and then eventually you get like cuneiform inscriptions that look something like logograms, or like we mentioned with Egyptian, with the hieratic script, where it's taking the hieroglyphics and it's sort of formalizing them into little scripts. And then you get scripts, which are phonetic scripts, Phoenician scripts. That's good. Yeah, thank you for that super chat. I think we're caught. Oh yeah, what kind of Christians made up the Armenians? So this is a good question. And we have another super chat. I'll get back to you in a second.
At Antiquarian 3,788 drop $10 super chat. Were the Phoenicians the first true diaspora? And is this why they developed such a democratic script? Is it possible the roots of Gematria lie in Phoenician? A layered form of communication?
This is what I was trying to say earlier. Stop thinking of Phoenicians as Jews. They have almost nothing in common with the Jews other than they're Semitic. That's it. They have more in common with Greeks and Latins. They worship the same gods. They have the same pantheon. They worship the Sky Father, the storm god, Baal, they call him, but he's Zeus and Jupiter. They have like the healing gods. They have the gods of, they have like Aphrodite, Astarte. They have Melkart, which is Hercules. They are pagans. They are culturally pagan. I mean, there's so much more in common with Greeks than anything else. There's no diaspora. There's no 12 tribes. There's nothing biblical. You don't have to apply that to them. They have nothing to do with the Bible at all. They don't worship Abraham. They don't even mention Abraham. There's not a single mention of Abraham in a single Phoenician text anywhere. Zero. There's not a single Phoenician text that mentions Abraham or Moses or Torah or diaspora. Nothing. Zero. They have nothing to do with them. So the Gematria, no, there's no, as far as I know, there's no Gematria in Phoenician. Gematria comes from Greek, not Hebrew. The Greeks start the first people to invent Gematria are the Pythagorean Greeks, 6th century BCE in Greek. Then in 200 BC, something way later in the Hellenistic period, then the Jews start doing Gematria. They borrow that idea from the Greeks. So Gematria, diaspora, I'm not even trying to be a dick here. I'm being very passionate about this answer right now. All this language you're using, diaspora, Gematria, there's nothing to do with the Phoenicians at all. They have nothing to do with this. And they're like, they don't want any part of it. Defending them right now. So, and by the way, like I said, Gematria is not even a Semitic or Hebrew thing. It's from Greek. The word Gematria is cognate with the word geometry. It's a Greek word. Gematria is not a Phoenician word. It's not a Semitic word. It's a Greek word. Just so you guys know, so we're all clear on that. The other one I wanted to get to was, thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. That's a great question. Oh, what kind of Christians? Well, this is a great question. If we go and look at what happened when Armenia converted to Christianity, who were they converted by? That's the question. That's going to answer the question right here. And it's Gregory the Illuminator. And Gregory was the first head of the Armenian Apostolic Church. He converted them from Zoroastrian to Christianity. Now, he is, by all accounts, an Orthodox Christian. The Catholic Orthodox Church hadn't split yet. He was, in his opinion, he was completely Orthodox. But when you look at his work, when you look at some of his ideas, he might not fall in the perfectly, he might have a few Aryan-ish ideas going around. So, for example, let me see if I can find it. Gregory is commemorated by the Eastern Orthodox Church on September 30th. So he's called the Holy Hero Mater Gregory, Bishop of Armenia. He is canonized in the Orthodox Church. So he's got relics. He's at Mount Athos. He's a big deal. He's an Orthodox guy. I'm trying to find if he has any of his theology in here, because I'm pretty sure there's a few ideas he has that are like somewhat Aryan-like. He might be. I could be wrong, though. Because during this time period, it's very common to be Arian. Arian just falls away after the 4th century. So there's a lot of Arian bishops. They thought Arianism was orthodoxy. They thought the Son was... Most Christians thought the Son, even though his Son was divine, they thought he was subservient to the Father. That was just normal exegesis at the time period. But after the Council of Nicaea, they said no more. They're all equal. There's no more subservient to the Father thing. So I don't know what his position on this was. I thought he was more towards the Arian side, but I could be wrong. But anyways, the answer to the question simply is he's Orthodox. He's a Christian. He's a Greek Orthodox, Syriac Christian. Eastern Orthodox is the best way to... He's Eastern Orthodox. Put it that way. But that's a good question, though. Great question, actually. Oh, my camera turned off. Let me fix it real quick. Be right back. So, okay, there we go. Fixed it. Yeah, that's how it answered that question. The Armenians are Orthodox, and this is the first Christian state ever. And not only that, right now, Armenia is the only surviving Christian nationalist state. I'm not kidding. It's kind of ironic. Greece is pretty Christian, but they have like freedom for religion. They enforce against it a lot of times, but if there's an actual Christian nationalist state that still exists right now, it's Armenia. They are a Christian nationalist state, and so that's that. I'm trying to think of what else I wanted to talk about today. What do you guys think about? What are you guys thinking about? Let's go to the chat. Oh, we got a super chat.
At Abel1L dropped $2 super chat. Ancient Egyptians were Semitic or other way?
So this is actually a good question. Now, we're talking about linguistics, not necessarily genetics here, but there's a branch of language called Afroasiatic. Let me show you what I mean. This is, like I said, this is linguistic. This is not necessarily genetic, But a lot of times the genetics do sort of correlate somewhat, but we're not talking about genetics here. We're talking about language. Semitic is a language, Semito-Hamitic, right? And the parent is Indo-European would be the opposite of Afroasiatic. Afroasiatic is a branch of languages that originate in Africa and Asia, mostly in Arabia, and this is where the Semitic languages come from. So Semitic, Biblical Hebrew, Akkadian, Phoenician, Amorite, Ugaritic, they are from the Afroasiatic language branch. So think about it like this. You have two major branches. They're not the only two that exist, though. There's a bunch of other ones. The two major language branches are Afroasiatic. Think of the South. Think of Africa. Think of Arabia. And then you have Indo-European languages. Indo-European languages, which is the North. So let me skip me 1 second. So that's Afroasiatic. Now check this out. This is where you get Arabic. See? Arabic. You got your Ethiopic, Aramaic. You got Somalian. You got your Akkadian, Babylonian, even Assyrian up here. And then Hebrews over here. That's This is all Afroasiatic. Then you have a totally different language family called Indo-European. And that's in the north. That's Europe, Asia, India, Iran, Indo-European. That's a total different branch of languages. You can see, look at this. It starts off with Indo-European, Anatolian, Hittite, Luwian, Indo-Aryan over here. You see, you get to Iranian, Persian, stuff like that. And then you can go all the way to Indian to the other side. And then all the way on the west, you get your Greek, Hellenic, Latin, Achaean, Celtic, Germanic, Romance, Gallo-Iberian. There's your Germanic. And then eventually English is there, right here. Those are the Indo-European languages. And the other major branch of languages is Afroasiatic. Now, some people ask, well, what about Sumerian? Sumerian is not Semitic, nor is it Afroasiatic. It is native to right here. It's the native language for right here, the Sumerians. They're a native language. Harappan, over here, which is way over here, is not Indo-European. It's native to the Harappan culture. It's pre-Indo-European. So look at here's a great chart right here. Afroasiatic. You get Berber, you get Khadik, Kushite, Egyptian, Semitic, which is Syriac, Aramaic, Akkadian, Phoenician, Arabic, Hebrew. These are the Afroasiatic languages. So, even Chadic comes from Afroasiatic. That's interesting. I didn't even know that. Chad. That's interesting. So you have more in common. So Jews have more in common linguistically with Chad than they do with Germany.
And Porphyry and Timotheos 1107 dropped $1.99 super chat. Ammon's talent is wasted in philandering.
Yeah. Well, he just lies. I'm sorry. He's not wasting talent. He's just a liar. He's just telling you guys shit that's not true. You know what I noticed about people like Ammon, not just Ammon, people in general, is that everyone I know has like a mind virus where they can't think objectively. I'm not even trying to sound like I'm smarter than everyone else, but this is just something I noticed. Everyone I talk to who's an amateur, who's not like an expert, who's not trained, they see one thing in everything. They have their personal bias. They can't go past it. So some people see weed and drugs everywhere. Everything's marijuana. Everything's cannabis. Everything's hemp. It's in everything. Every single culture in the world is using marijuana because I like marijuana. Or some people say it's all satire. Everyone's doing satire. Everyone's doing comedy. It's all plays because I like plays and I like satire. So therefore, every single culture in the world, Chinese, Sumerian, Egyptian, the Bible, the New Testament, the Old Testament, the fucking everything. It's all fucking satire. And they just see satire everywhere. Everything they see the world with their lens. Amon Hillman does this too. Everything's sex and drugs. Everything's pederasty. Everything's Jesus and Christing and drugs. And it's just like, bro, that's not how you do this. Stop putting your personal bias into the fucking text. Let the evidence fall where it falls. You got to remove your personal bias from the research. I know it's hard to do, but you got to try it. You got to just take every text individually. Stop trying to. So freaking Snappy, man. Lost his freaking. I think he's just. I don't know. Can't think straight or something. I said Snappy. Amon Hillman is lying about Neoniscos. It doesn't mean prepubescent child. He's lying about the word for what's the other word he uses? Syndone. Doesn't mean medicated bandage. He's lying about Mark 14. There's no pederasty going on here. He's making all this shit up. Burning purple doesn't even exist. There's no burning purple anywhere. There's purple when burnt by Dioscorides, and he's talking about purple dye. He's not talking about purple flowers. He's not talking about using any other substances. He's not talking about anything else. He's talking about purple dye. When I said this to Snappy, Snappy goes, I don't care. Because Zeus had his Ganymede. So Jesus has to have a naked kid. So it doesn't even matter what the evidence says. The fact that Ammon even guessed this makes it right. So we're just gonna make up what we want. Because Zeus had a Ganymede. So Jesus has to have a naked boy too. It doesn't matter if the evidence is there. It's just people, we're just like children. It's like we're not even adults anymore. We just go in these texts and go, I just want it to be what I want it to be. I have my own personal views that I like. I want there to be a naked kid being raped by Jesus. I like it. Okay? I'm gonna read between the lines. Child, you're not an adult. You're a child. You're not thinking straight. You're putting your own weird bullshit into the text that doesn't exist. Why does everyone do this? I don't know. I guess I'm guilty of it too. I guess everyone has their own personal biases and they just want to see what they want in the text. Why does it have to be pederasty? I don't know. To me, that's fucking weird. That you want Jesus to be performing pederasty with a naked virgin prepubescent child because you like that Zeus did the same thing? Fucking sick, dude. So it's weird, sick. It's not ancient Greek. By the way, like the whole tarot thing has nothing to do with Greek at all. I don't even know where that even came from. I don't know. I'm just noticing that a lot of people don't care about objective truth. They don't care about discovering what's going on. They don't really care about trying to learn about the past. They already have it all made up in their minds. What they want the past to look like is what is in their own head. They just want it to be what they want it to be. They want to read a text and they want to read it how they want to read it. They don't care what Homer said. They want Homer to be what they want Homer to be. They have Homer made up in his mind what Homer is. So fuck Homer. If Homer came back if we went back in time and pulled Homer back up to here, we brought him back and taught him English, they would all fucking reject his ass. You're boring, dude. Give us more drugs. Give us more pederasty. Oh, no, I didn't mean that, though. That's not what I said. I said, shut up. Get him out of here. You guys would not even like ancient Greece the way you think you do. You like a caricature of ancient Greece. You have a made-up version of ancient Greece in your head where it's all sex and drugs and everyone's going crazy and losing their minds. And not saying that stuff wasn't part of the picture. It's one small part of the picture. But the world is a lot more complex than a big party high school party that you're portraying it as to be. So I guess my whole rant here is just saying, like, is he talented? No, I think he's just full of shit. And I think people just want him. People just think that what he's saying sounds interesting. Oh, Jesus was doing drugs at 4 a.m. with a naked kid. Oh, that's so cool. Whatever. If that thinks that sounds cool to you, I don't think it sounds cool. I think it's kind of weird, to be honest. Especially if there's no evidence of it. That's even weirder. And you insist that Neonos, which never, absolutely never, ever, Neonos never, ever in any ancient Greek text means prepubescent child. Ever. It means young man, and it's found in dozens of primary sources where they give you literal ages, saying it's between 18 and 29 or something like that. I can point to you. Let me see if I can find it right now, actually. Yes, I can. I can literally show you right now. Watch this. Watch this. This is what's so crazy to me. This is why I actually think if you are still we're coming up on May of 2026, if you still think Amon Hillman is a valuable asset, you are fucking stupid. You have a brain of a child and you are stupid. And I don't care what your opinion is on almost anything. And I don't even want to be friends with you. If you still in 2026 in May think Amon Hillman is someone who's a good teacher who makes a lot of sense and he's very valuable, I think you are fucking stupid. I don't care about your opinion, and I don't want to be friends with you at all. I think there's something wrong with you. I think you're rotten. I think you're soulless. I think you're stupid. I think the world would be better off without you. I wish you didn't even have the right to vote. That's how dumb I think you are. I really do. At this point in the game, if you're still at that point, I think Amon just makes a lot of sense. You are fried. You have the brain of a child. You have an IQ of 7. So just the whole Neonos thing is so crazy to me. How he can just lie to people and tell people, look at this. We have Greek sources, Diogenes Laertius, right around we're talking contemporary time with the Gospels, 2nd, 3rd century, 2nd century-ish, right? He says a Neonos, a kosi, means 20. This is not what do you say it was? When Amon tried to do a rebuttal against you one time, when I brought this up to Witch Doctor, and I took Witch Doctor, I grabbed him, and I put his face in the primary source. I look, it says the numbers right here. And Amon gaslit this whole audience. Gaslight. Said, it's not the numbers. It's to do with ages of puberty. Well, where does it fucking say that, Amon? Where does it say these are stages of puberty? That's not what the sources say. It says, divides human life as follows: bion atoi, anthropou, of humans, pais ekosi, etia. What does that say? A child of 20 is up to 20 years. A youth, a Neonos, is a youth for 20. An old man for 20. They're all 20s. So what happened to the 7 thing? That went away? Isn't that funny how the 7 thing goes away here? What does Epictetus say? This famous Stoic Epictetus. When did he live again? Epictetus. He lived. Oh, look at that. He lived from 50 AD to 135 AD. He lived at the exact same time when Mark was writing about the garden scene with the Neonos. What does he say? What does he say a Neonos is? He says, Hote de Neonos kai ede epiletuel kai dikas atos eleges kai eldokimes. When you are a youth, when you are involved in politics, you're pleading cases and earning a good reputation. Wow. Is that a prepubescent child involved in politics, pleading cases? And by the way, he literally tells us this after Merakion, after Pais. He already gives you 2 age groups before he gets to Neoniskos. What's next? Delos inscription. He says, and Neoniskon, right? People doing civic training, encouraging them to follow the same path. And then he goes on and on. He says, Hippocrates, aphorisms, Neoniskoisin, youths, the most common illnesses are spitting blood, blah, 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 blah. Ptolemaeus of Ascalon, 2 BC, right around the time, 1st century. What does he do? He says the same thing. Merakion, then Merax, then Neoniskos, then Neonias. They're not prepubescent children. But I'm reading between the lines. Zeus had a Ganymede. Why can't Jesus? You are making shit up because you have a child for brain. You have a children's brain. You are not an adult. You can't think straight. You're making shit up. You're making ancient Greece into whatever you want it to be. Ancient Rome, ancient Greece. You're turning antiquity into your own stupid little fucking game where you think everything's all about you because you're being selfish. You want the world to be what you want it to be. I want it to be everyone smoking weed and doing drugs and getting high and having sex all the time. That's what I want. That's what I want to do. Well, guess what? The world is way more complex than that. So Aristophanes literally says, the stage after this, and ignore this. Don't even read, don't even look at this. Ignore me, ignore my translations. He says, these are the stages of life. He says, first, it's called palaka. Then he says, bupaida, big boy. Then he says, antipaida. And then he says, melaphebon. Then you get to ephebus. Then you get to apadromos. Then, after this stage, hodemata tata merakion. And then Merax, and then Neoniskos, and then Neonias. Are you kidding me? Do you really think the prepubescent child is going to be 7 fucking stages away from the first one? Stop lying to your audience. Stop lying about what a what's the one he says? He lies about the when he's wearing the medicated bandage. What is it called again? The shroud thing? I just said it too. Syndone. Yeah, syndone. It means medicated bandage. He has no evidence for this at all. He never shows any evidence. He's just lying. So, Porphyry, Timotheus, thank you for the super chat. There's no talent here, man. There's no talent at all. Especially from when I ask people who actually know their shit, actual classical philologists, when they run into his work, it's like the cringiest shit in the world. Every time I ask them, hey, check this guy out. What do you think? Oh, that was embarrassing. That's bad. Wait, you said he has a PhD from where? He doesn't look like it. And look, I was duped by him in the beginning. I didn't know much. This guy's got a PhD from the University of Wisconsin. He seems pretty legit. I'm going to try to learn Greek from him. The more Greek I learned, the more I realized he was full of shit. And if you haven't figured that out yet, it's because your brain is tiny. You have a little fucking pea brain. You're an idiot. Period. If you haven't figured it out yet, Amit Hillman is fucking lying to you. He's full of shit. You are stupid. You shouldn't even have the right to vote. That's how stupid you are. You are ruining the world how stupid you are. You're a child. You are fucking insignificant. I don't want to be your friend. I don't care what your opinion is. I think you're lower than the lowest piece of scum. If you died tomorrow, I would fucking celebrate it. That's how fucking shitty these people are. So that's my thoughts. It's my honest thoughts. And I feel good about it. Because I know I have the truth on my side. When you're telling the truth all the time, there's nothing to worry about. You don't have anyone, you don't have to worry about covering up your bullshit. You don't have to run around. Alman's running away from me. He can't even face me. He would never debate me in 1,000 million years because I'll call every single one of his bullshit lies out one by one. And he has to live with that. Ha, you're scared of me. Ha. I have the truth. You don't. Feels good. Feels good to have the truth. So, yeah, that's where I'm at right now. And I think this was a good stream. I love this topic of the Greek alphabet, where it came from, the Phoenician alphabet, the Biblos syllabic script, the linear B stuff, the Egyptian hieratic script, the Ugaritic syllabic script, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Aiden, thank you for the super chat.
At Aiden1L dropped $2 super chat. What do you think of Rich Spencer? He took SPLC dollar.
What's SPLC? I have no idea what that is. He took SPLC dollars? What is that? Some sort of money from somewhere? I have no idea. I like Richard Spencer. I don't have a problem with Richard Spencer. I never had a problem with him ever. I've talked to him before. We've had some discussions on the Bible. Yeah, he's considered a demon by most. I think he's better than Amon Hillman because he's honest. He's telling the truth. He's telling you what he thinks. Honestly, this is one thing about me. I don't care what the fuck your political beliefs are. I care about people who are authentic, who tell the truth, who aren't full of shit, who aren't grifting, who aren't little children in their brains, who aren't narcissistic, crazy scumbags, who aren't projecting their own bullshit on other people, and who are completely authentic in who they are. That's it. I don't care if you're a fucking full-blown left-wing communist or a fucking right-wing Nazi. I care about you being authentic and you're telling the truth and you're coming from a real place. That's all I give a fuck about. That's it. That's why I get along with people like Giorgiani, because he's authentic. He's coming from a place of he's thought about these things. You can tell he's thought about these things. They're well thought about. They're put together in a very cohesive, coherent way, rather than just the slop you get from Amon Hillman, where you can just fact check him in seconds and go, you literally just lied about this word. Telling people that the word, like this word means penis, when it doesn't. I mean, it never means that ever. He just tells people it does. Or the word semen is the same word for blood. Like, he just lies. He just makes this stuff up and people believe it. And he never shows his work. He just says it. And you guys all believe it. And it's fucking sad. It makes you look like an idiot. It makes you look like a sad human being, especially the way you follow him like a fucking leader. Like it's something special happening. How sad and pathetic are you? What kind of fucking shit is going on in your life where you're following around this guy who's out of his fucking mind, lying about Greek? I don't know how you get there. Brandon says he always has some source. I save them all when he posts them. And then you never can bring them to me. He never does. He never has a source. And Brandon, you always say this, and then I go, where's the source? I don't know. I just remember he said it one time. Can you show me? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Because you just said he had a source. But I don't know. I always save them. Well, show it to me then. I don't know where to find it. No, he doesn't. Stop. Stop thinking like this. Stop it. Stop it. There's not a single primary source for the word neoniskos being pre-puberty child. There's not a single primary source anywhere in the TLG for the word burning purple other than Dioscorides, who's not saying burning purple. He's saying purple when burnt. It's not even active. He's talking about purple dye, and he tells you what it's for. It's not theriac. It's not a fucking hallucinogen. It's for stomach ulcers, and it's for cleaning your teeth. It's not that exciting. But if you don't know Greek, he'll tell you that it's exciting. Or that the Athenians were all hotboxing marijuana on festivals. Where did you get that source from? Doesn't exist. The only source that talks about that is Herodotus, and he says it's the Scythians that do this, not the Athenians. So stop listening to liars. They were burning in the temples for sure. Where's your source? Where's the source? Where's the source? Give me one source. I'm trying to help you guys out, dude. Trying to help you be better thinkers about the past. Be better objective, have better methodology. You guys just want things to be there and it's not there. It's just not there. They're all smoking weed. I swear to God, it's enough. Where's the sources then? You're going to point to the same Herodotus source for all these things and just apply it to everywhere else that doesn't exist? It's not as ubiquitous as you think. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying some of this stuff doesn't exist. I'm not saying there isn't orgies, that there isn't sex, that there isn't drugs in the ancient world. I'm saying if you think it's everywhere, show the sources where it's everywhere. That's it. Do you need a source to prove that people are good or wipe their ass after taking a shit? Everyone wipes their ass after they take a shit. Not everyone's hotboxing or smoking scorpions and doing pederasty every day. Do you understand the difference here between something that is a normal thing that you never have to even think about people are doing versus something that's completely outlandish? You got to prove, you got to show sources, you got to show your work. It's that simple. Show your work. Show your sources. Think about these things. Be more intelligent about these things. I call fucking bullshit right now on this motherfucker. Here, can you come on right now and show us your source, your mind? Is this all about Amen? Are you in the chat right now? You have all Amen sources that back up Neonos being a prepubescent child? Is that what you're going to say? Because either you're a liar or you're fucking retarded. Answer that question. Do you have a source that says Neonos is a prepubescent child? Yes or no? First one, we'll deal with that. I'm going to let you on right now. Brandon is the only one I want to come on right now. There's the link. Come on. Let's see it. Watch the bullshit. Watch the bullshit. Ready for the bullshit? Watch this. All right, I'll give you a second. He said, give me a second. You're already lying, Brandon. I'm sorry, but you're already lying. That Neonos means prepubescent child does not exist. I can tell you that objectively. You're lying. I don't know which one do you rather be? Are you like fucking stupid as hell that you think this is what's going on, or are you lying? I don't know which one's worse, dude. I can't even tell you which one's worse. I cannot wait to see what source he brings for this. Cannot wait to see the source he brings for this. It's gonna be so good. So good. It won't let me log on to your StreamYard. I just gave you the link. Can't get in? Have to send the link myself? Okay, well, we'll figure it out. And I want a clear, concise answer. I don't want you to say, well, he doesn't say this for sure, but I think what he means is, no, I don't want that. Brandon, if you're going to come on here and you're going to bring me primary sources that defend Amon Hillman, you better fucking come correct. You better fucking come correct. I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to embarrass your ass if you don't come correct. Better come fucking correct. We're talking pederasty in the Gospels. Do you have a source for that? We're talking Neoniskos being a previous and child. Burning purple, wherever the fuck that is. See if you have a source for that. You said you have it all. So I'm looking forward to this. While we're waiting for him, I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to play a clip from one of my videos. He hasn't come out. He's not here yet, but I'm sure he's coming. Right, Brandon? You're coming, right? Let me see. I'm just going to play a clip right here. Oh, he's here already. All right. Brandon, let me listen. I see you're here. I'm gonna be right back in 30 seconds. I'm just going to play a clip real quick, all right? But he's here, guys, so stay tuned. While you're waiting,
blood of a wolf
enjoy
that has been sacrificed and carry it out and cast it into a place where the sun never shines. In other words, bread and water served as consecrated objects, much like wine, which was also likely consumed by the Mithraists. Justin references moments in the Mass, such as readings from the prophets and Gospels, consecration, and sharing of the Eucharist, practices observed on days of the sun or Sunday, which parallels Mithraic tradition. Tertullian, whose father might have been a Mithraic initiate, criticizes the oblation of bread offered by bull slayer worshippers, using the same term later applied by Christians to the Eucharist. In most cases, Mithraists consume meat from previously sacrificed animals akin to other pagan customs in the marketplace. A relief from a Mithraeum in Germany portrays Mithras and Sol reclining on the bull's carcass with a tripod holding a bunch of grapes nearby. This symbolism echoes the act of Mithras presenting grapes to the sun, as seen in the Hedernheim stele. Such imagery led some scholars to question whether Mithras was perceived as a god of the vine, like Dionysus or Ion. The equinoxes and solstices held particular significance within Mithraic rites. The spring equinox of 172 CE marked the consecration of the Mithraeum of the seven spheres in Ostia to a new community. This date commemorated the...
All right. So we're starting with Neoniskos, dude. You got that one?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was just checking. By the way, dude, I do not hate you, and I know I'm not dumb.
I don't hate you either. I'm just saying
you imply that I'm dumb for like researching things, but I'm not dumb for researching.
You don't. If you think, if I'm going to say this right now, and if I'm wrong, it's going to be bad for me. But I'm so confident. Either you're really dumb that you can't figure out that Neoniskos is not pre-existent child, or you're full of it.
I'm really not. I'm not full of it. I maybe the thing is, and maybe I'm not as well versed on these things, but I did send a link earlier, and I'll send it again here in a second. But have you know the guy? What is it? Semen is all over or whatever. It's he made a video. Did you ever watch it? The Neoniskos video that he made.
Yeah, it was full of shit. It was full of crap. It was horrible. It was wrong.
But the last 5 minutes of it, he hit some points that I think that you don't agree.
Do you want to pull it up then?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Is that wait? So you it's not your map then? You're just citing a video?
No, my mind map has evidence of everything. It has YouTube videos. It has PDFs. It has if it's an idea that I.
Where's the source that says Neoniskos is a prepubescent child? It's very simple.
He references it. He says there's one in Homer. He says there's one.
No, there isn't.
Okay, I mean maybe I'm not. Again, I don't read Greek like you do, and I'm trying. I'm learning, but at the same time, I'm seeing a lot of evidence for some of the things
he points to is in what's it called? The I have the text over here somewhere. Where the fuck did I put it? Hesychius right here, the lexicon.
Yeah, Hesychius of Alexander.
No, it does not say Neoniscos is a prepubescent child. It says they're childish. It uses an adjective.
10, but they reference it's the ages between 10 and 14 years old.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay, and maybe it doesn't. And I know, and by the way, I have also, and I will give you. Let me say this real quick, Neil. Yeah, let me say this. I give you credit. Also, this is something I will say because I'm not a dumbass. There are also literature pieces of.
You're not a dumbass. I'm just fucking with you.
No, right? I know. You're a shit talker. I am too. I get it. I get it, brother. I get it. I'm not. I don't think
you coming on here, dude. I really do.
Yeah, but I want to say there is literature, obviously, that also says Neoniscos is 20 years old. I know that. I have also seen it. But my thing is to outright deny that it's ever been used. I think that's where we have to be careful. And same with the Christing, because you said the same thing about the Christing idea with Medea. And there's with Christing not being the thing that Amon says it is with the Medea literature. And basically the idea that Christ.
I said that sometimes Christ can be used for drugs. It's not always used for drugs. In fact, it's mostly not used for drugs. It's mostly it just means to dab somebody.
I agree, but Amon's theory, which again, it's not completely foolproof, and it's not the most sound theory, but his theory does hinge on the idea that it's written about in Medea with Diodorus. What is it?
I helped him edit his video on Diodorus, citing Medea anointing herself, and it gives her more. It makes her younger again. Okay, I know that. I'm not.
That's the everlasting life, and
you'll never find a clip from me ever denying that, ever.
Right.
But that's not Amon's theory. That's not Amon's theory. That's classical. Everyone agrees on that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that his theory hinges on that is my point. And that I think a lot of what he says, I mean, even whenever he was on, we were talking about this recently, the Danny Jones thing, when he was talking to whatever the other dude was, the Christian guy, Luke, or whatever his name was. Whenever he talked about it later.
Luke's not a Christian.
Or what was it, Luke?
Luke Gordon?
Was it? I thought he was like a Christian guy. Anyway, I don't know. He sounded like he was arguing apologetically.
Amon's filling your brain with nonsense.
I literally don't watch him. I know you say that. I don't watch him on Hillman that much.
He's telling people that Amon's more of a Christian than Luke is. Amon believes in all this Christing shit. Luke doesn't. Luke's not a Christian at all in any sense of the word.
I wouldn't be considered.
In his videos, he's putting crosses on them. Why? Because he knows people are going to call him a Christian after that.
Well, and I wouldn't be considered a Christian either, but
he's lying about this.
Well, but my thing is, we have to syncretize what is happening through religion, through history, through the world. Why do we see these things? Even what you were saying earlier, I was watching from the beginning. Whenever you had the dude from CrossFit Steven on, when you guys were talking about linear A and how, and he mentioned, which no one ever says this, that linear B is the direct descendant of linear A, but they were started. One right after the other, basically, and then it branched off, and one went one way and one went another way. But I think Amon, if he can, and you too, I think all of us, there's something there between the linear A and linear B that it matches with what he says about Hebrew and Greek, and it matches with what you say about Hebrew being first or whatever, or being its own thing.
The Phoenicians made the alphabet,
And it ties to something you said a long time ago, and you mentioned it tonight, which is the Minoan civilization. I think, to me, I mean, I don't know. I played Age of Empires back in the day. I don't know if you ever played that game. When I was a kid, I knew what Minoans were early when I was 5 years old, and I loved the culture and I researched it. And the first Age of Empires had that culture in there. And whenever I was a kid, I would always mention it to my history teachers. They had no idea who the fuck the Minoans were, and that was one of those things. They were like the pre-Greeks, dude. They were the pre-Hebrews.
They were people know who the Minoans are.
Well, I'm saying just your average guy, like you in our circles. Yes, people know, but I'm saying you just go home and talk to your family about the Minoans. No one's going to know who the fuck they are or what they have to do with civilization.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And my thing is, that's what my point is when we're syncretizing everything we know about the world and where it's going and why we're saying shit like, Trump being compared to the Messiah ben Joseph and you saw that whole thing. There's a reason we're on this path. And maybe this, I don't know. This is why I researched this mind map that I say I've built. And I have, it's the largest mind map.
Can you pull it up or anything? Can we see it?
Yeah. I'm going to see, can I pull up another instance of this on my computer? Because I'm on my phone.
You can share your screen if you want.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Can you?
Yeah.
I want to. We can do one thing at a time. The first one is Neonos, because he just continues to lie about this. And every single, and I don't even watch him anymore, but I just know people who send me links and send me clips. He still continue. It's like a gospel to them.
Yeah.
Jesus was arrested in the park with a naked kid at 4 a.m. A naked prepubescent kid. They repeat this, and then all his fans all repeat this. It's all made up. It's all delusional nonsense.
So, but if you say it might be, but if you syncretize it with the things we know, so what does it say in the Talmud about? I know you're going to get upset, but just let me say real quick, Neil. What does it say in the Talmud? What does it say in the Talmud about Jesus?
That he's boiling an excrement.
Why?
For leading Israel astray.
And
what?
He was supposedly, if you read about it in the Yeshu Toledot stuff too, he's like he's a pedophile.
Doesn't say that.
There's accusations of it. One sec, I'll find them.
I don't think so. I think I would have known about that by now, but maybe. I'm not a big Talmud scholar. I don't think he's a pedophile. I don't think so. I think that would be pretty well known. I'm almost certain. The reason I know this is because I was listening to Rabbi Singer, Tovia Singer. He mentioned he thinks Jesus is. You know how there's the three ideas of who the Yeshu figure is in the Talmud. It's whether it's Jesus, and he says it's the three. And it's on one of his videos. He's the one that I learned this from. That he says that he led people astray and maybe touched kids and he says something like this. I'm not trying. I wouldn't take a lot of. Put a lot of stake in that right there.
I agree, and it's obviously biased, and he's Jewish. He's Jewish, and he probably doesn't like the idea of Jesus, so I get it. Yeah, it's biased for sure. But at the same time, I wonder why you hear that again and again, and then why do you see pederasty in the Catholic Church, and you see, and again, look into. You and I have talked about this before. The Pope. Nardos, because the Nardos that was supposed to be the thing that was on the Sindone, that was the cloth that the boy had. There was that purple paste goops that Amon always talks about. I don't know if it was really purple. I don't know what it was, but
no, it's not. There's no sources that ever say that. Zero.
Right. Well, and the thing is, I don't want to say no sources.
Where are you getting this from, except for his mouth?
He always shares. He always shares some, how he did. You've seen his thing.
He flashes Greek on the screen. I have a whole list of videos I'm going to show people where he flashes Greek on the screen and tells you it says something and doesn't say anything like that.
Okay.
He does this all the time, and anyone who can read it is going to go, "Huh? I didn't see what you just said." But people who don't know Greek are going to go, "Oh my God! Did you see that?" Because they're also they don't know any better. They're stupid. And I don't mean to be rude, but if you can't read Greek. And someone's sitting there flashing Greek on the screen and telling you all this crazy stuff, and he's the only person in the world that's saying this. A normal IQ might go, I think he's full of shit.
Right.
Yeah,
and I agree. I mean, my thing is that's why I'm building a giant mind map, because I want to figure out even what you say. If what you say is full of shit, which actually I find the reason I come to you and I come on here a lot, and I know I piss you off, a lot of what you say is true.
No,
right?
You should think that. You should think I'm full of shit. You should fact check everything I say. That's a healthy way to think about things. Was Neil right about this? You should always be thinking that, because I could be wrong about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and that's how I feel. I don't trust anyone. Oh damn!
It got really.
There we go. I had to turn that down. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to now share my screen on here.
Yeah, you have something connected. I see that, but it's not. It's like not coming up or something.
Yeah, device is not connected. It says, so how do I share it with the OBS? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I wish I could share it with you. Because I work on this literally 8 hours a day. I've been working on it 4 years now. I've been coming to your channel talking about it, and you never get to see it. But
yeah, I want to see some of this stuff. I want to see a primary source that says Neonos is a prepubescent child. Maybe something about Sindone being medicated, bandaged.
And I have that too.
Yeah, I want to see some. I want to see something. Because Amma doesn't show it. That's why I don't know where you got it from.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it pulled up, but it's just not. I don't know why it's not. Do I have to pull up? Do I have to open OBS on my computer separately? Is that what I need to do?
I don't know. I just think do you have like a file, or what do you?
It's a giant. It's a 600 gigabyte. It's a mind map. It's It's got about 100,000 PDFs of like books and stuff in there. It's fully indexable, searchable.
You can share your screen. You can share your window if you want. You can share your.
I can
entire
turn my
screen.
thing around here. I don't know if that'll help. I mean, I can show you like this. Let me see if I turn my camera around at least. I don't fucking know. Facing back.
Oh, you just kicked yourself off. That didn't work pretty good. Look at this. Look at this. I think you, Neil, and I'm going to find common ground regardless. Jesus was Christing using drugs, the medical bandage term he gets out of Galen. Nope, that's not what Galen says. Galen doesn't say, you got duped, bro. This is why I will never have common ground with Amen. He's lying to you, and I just saw you do it. Galen doesn't say sindone means medicated bandage. He says you take a sindone, which is a cloth, and you dip it into pharmacon, and you apply it. The word is pharmacon. Sindone has nothing to do with medication. Pharmacon is the medication. I've seen these sources in Galen before. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Go back to that source. Go back to Galen. Read it again. It's not the sindone that's medicated. It's not the sindone that has the medication. It's the pharmacon that you dip the sindone in. A sindone is just a shroud, bro. Do you know what sindonology is? There's a whole field of study called sindonology. Look at this. Sindonology. I see you, Brandon. I'll bring you right up in 1 second. I see you got back. Sindonology.
Syndonology.
Syndonology. Let's all say it. Word of the day, guys. Hey, kids. The word of the day. Syndonology.
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 What does it mean? It's the shroud. It's the study of shrouds. It has nothing to do with drugs. Syndon-ology. The study of shrouds. Wow. You learn a new word today. Sindone has nothing to do with drugs. It's just a fucking shroud. You can medicate a sindone if you apply pharmacon to it. The text specifically says pharmacon. That's how we know there's pharmacon, because it says pharmacon. If it doesn't say pharmacon, you don't know if there's pharmacon. What am I talking to children here or what? I mean, what? How low tier is this? All right, what do you got for us?
So yeah, no, I mean, I agree basically that it doesn't, and that's where he makes a lot of his mistakes. I think when he makes them, he lays blanket terms over when there's usually one or two instances of the example he's talking about. But I will give him the credit for saying this. Those sindones were usually medicated with drugs because that's all they had back then.
What do you mean though? They're usually medicated. Based on
it's
what?
not just like a band. It's not just like a wrap. Like, oh, I cut myself. I'm just going to wrap it with this bandage. They put something in there.
If there's a cut, yeah, you put oil. You put an ointment on it.
Well, they would put moss. They would put moss in there.
Yeah, that's fine. But you got to find the context for that.
Right. Yeah, and I agree.
When you wrap a mummy up, you just wrap a mummy up with sindone.
Right. And they would put all kinds of lubricants.
You put oils on it. You put oils on it. Yeah. But that's not like. We're not, the sindone is the cloth. The drug is the drug. Like, you got to separate those two things to each other. So,
yeah.
When you find the word sindone by itself, you can't just assume there's burning purple on it. You can't just make that. You can't just decide that I think burning purple's on this thing. You know what I mean?
I can't remember this guy's channel.
Is that not what he says? Jesus was in a park at 4 a.m. He says, with burning purple on a medicated bandage, giving it to this, and he says he extracts it from a prepubescent child.
Yeah.
So now the purple's being extracted from the child. It's not from the seashell anymore. Because that's what Dioscorides doesn't say it comes from children. He says it comes from a fucking seashell. The little, what do you call it? The fucking.
I know what you're talking about. It's the same one the Jews put on their tassels. They if you look into that whole thing, there was this obsession with this bluish purple thing that they would get. I forgot that.
That little sea critter doesn't come from children. You don't extract it from children. That's what he's telling people. So he wrote this.
I have a theory.
He wrote this in an article that Medea is extracting purple drugs from children. And then he doesn't even cite his source in the article.
So I think I do have that one too. Let me see.
That article?
Yeah. The adapted from the Euripides, the one he referenced. I'm trying to find it if this is the right one. Gilbert Radford. Let me see. I think this is the one because it was. I save a bunch of these books in here. Let me see. And then the Sindon. Not finding it. I don't think this is the one. I have a bunch of them.
That comes from mollusks. That's the animal.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, not from children though. Doesn't say that ever. Not even once.
Yeah, and I wonder. But the thing is, I think some of the things he says, they make sense, right? Like you know how he mentions like Christ traveling with the disciples, and when they enter the temple or whatever, they don't have to pay the tax, or they only pay enough for him and one other guy because all the rest of them were kids. And I'm not saying that's true, but there's something there. You're like, that is odd that they skipped that. Like they didn't pay.
Let's say there are kids there.
Yeah.
So what? There's kids in Jesus' ministry. Why would that automatically be that he's banging them?
And that's where I stop because I don't agree with that. And I think
you can't just say that. Oh, and then Snappy goes, but Zeus has his Ganymede. Oh, so you're just going to take a story from Homer that has nothing to do with the Gospels and just apply it to the Gospels without any justification at all because you want it to be there. That's a child's brain right there.
So what do you think about this idea? So I kind of have this idea that and I'm not saying I'm right. The whole idea, like the first names, there's a few names that people throw out initially that Jesus has. Yehoshua, right? That's one that I hear. That's the one I hate the most. That's like all the New Age Christians that believe they're Jews and they all say, oh, Yehoshua. And then the other one, the Jews call him almost a little disrespectfully is Yeshu, right? The Greeks, some of the Greeks say that his name was Jason. You've heard this, right?
Yason, but so there's different ways to pronounce Yeshua. Sometimes Joshua's name in Hebrew has an extra H in there, Yehoshua. Sometimes it's just Yeshua.
Yeah.
Now there's one instance that I can think of right now in Josephus where there was a high priest named Yeshua who changed his name to Yason because he wanted to Hellenize.
Is that the guy with the dad with Pantera? Was his dad?
No. This was a Maccabean period high priest. His name was Jesus.
But isn't that the one that his dad? Yeah, isn't that his dad? Is the guy named Pantera, the Roman soldier named Pantera?
Jesus. That's Jesus of Nazareth, whose dad's name's Pantera.
Oh, so I always think whenever I read that he's conflating. He's like conflating two things. But think there's people that think that he's not talking about him there, and I don't know. I'm not saying it's true or not.
No. That's in Celsus. That's as early as 135 A.D. Celsus says that Jesus, the one from the Gospels, had a father named Pantera. But that's a whole different topic. Hold on, but look at this. Look what Ammon says.
And that's the whole Greek. Yeah.
He says Medea. He says had a particular skill. Caused the oistros, the ecstatic state of the eos rite. This is all made up. None of this exists anywhere. Initiates reportedly suffer from sensation of extreme burning. He puts 49. And then what does he do for the citation? He just continues to explain it himself. The madness of oistro, that's not how a proper citation is done. This is like fucking crazy shit right here. This is not good work, bro. And he's just making stuff up.
So you don't think the cult of Aphrodite? Wait, but I just want to verify because I want to make sure I'm not getting this wrong. So because from my own research and because of what he said, it sent me down a path. I have found the cult of Aphrodite absolutely was like rubbing this stuff on themselves.
Yeah, they were anointing. They were doing all types of anointing of oils and stuff like that. No one's doubting that. But we're talking about something.
And like even the idea of red lipstick.
Look at this. Look, I'm just trying to get to the point here. He says Medea prepared drugs in her vagina and administered her own vaginal excreta as a communal burning purple of Yos mystery initiation. He puts citation number 50. Whoops. And then you go to 50. What does it say? He doesn't even give you a source. He says Medea's use of snake venom in Bacchic mystery ritual was the subject of Seneca's Medea. You want to go to Seneca's Medea 705 and see what he actually wrote? Because it has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do. There's no burning purple. There's no vaginal excreta. There's no nothing. He just makes it up, dude. He just literally lies. Watch. Yeah. Let's go to it. Yeah. Let's put my money on Seneca's Medea. We're going to go to it right now. We're going to go to Loeb. Seneca's Medea. I'll show you right now. Medea.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
I have it. I can pull it up right now. Okay, so
I have it pulled up here too.
Hold on. Before we get there, remember this. This is what he cites for Seneca's Medea. Medea prepared drugs in her vagina and administered her own vaginal excreta as the communal burning purple of the Eos Rite Mystery Initiated. Citation 50, Medea 705 FF. Let's go. We're going to go right now. Medea 705 FF, sir. Okay. 705. Submit. Let's see what it says. After summoning the whole league of serpents, she collects together poisons of ominous plants, all those engendered on the impassable crags of Mount Eryx, those born by the Caucasus sprinkled with Prometheus's blood, on its perpetually snow-covered ridges, and those with the rich Arabs smear their arrows, and the Medes, warlike archers, fleet Parthians, those juices collected under the cold pole by the Swabian woman, famed for their Herculean forests, and all the earth bears in the nest building springtime, frozen winters, scattered, gripped by the world in stony cold, every plant burgeons with deadly flowers, every kind of injurious saps, twisted roots of this. So she's collecting shit, dude. No doubt about that. Where the fuck are we talking about preparing drugs that are purple at all? The word purple, I'm looking at the Latin right now. There's no purple. No purple, no vagina, no preparing drugs in her vagina. But the reason why this gets through to people, because when they do check this, they go, oh, look, they are collecting drugs. They're collecting serpents, poisonous plants. They're collecting roots. It is a cool verse, but he's totally taking it way past what it actually says. There are no there's no burning purples, no vagina, no nothing.
Well, I will say the one thing I think you're missing, or at least as far as this, the nard piece that he talks about, which is referenced, and nard, the flower, is purple, and that is what they know they were mixing in, which is that nard is.
That makes no sense. Not to cut you off. Go ahead, finish your thought. I'll tell you why. Because Dioscorides says the purple comes from the fucking shell or the
mollusk. The mollusk.
So it's either that or it's not, or it's nothing at all.
I think he's just saying that
things that are purple and connect them together because they're purple.
Yeah, and maybe that is, I don't know. I think there was an actual reference he saved, but I was looking for it and I can't find it. But I do know this, that it is mentioned in the Bible. That's the thing that what's her name? Mary pours on Jesus's feet with her hair, and it's like very sensual, which I think is probably like sign of that they were doing more than just discipling. But and then beyond that, the last pope, what's his name, Francis, that just passed away, his coat of arms has Nardos on the flag, and he was the first Jesuit pope, the black pope, that became pope. So
okay, but you're reading into it though. You're reading into it.
Well, yeah, I know, but my thing is there's some connection there, because why is the Catholic Church obsessed with the Nardos? Why is the Pope had on his flag if it's not
the oil that she wipes his feet with in the Bible?
Right. But why are they? But why focus on that on your coat of arms rather than anything else?
Because that's the oil that she wipes. Remember, it says, and then Mary brought an expensive jar of nard oil, and all the people
broke it.
Mad, and she broke it, and she anointed them with it.
Yeah.
Why else? What else? What else would they use for the coat of arms?
But why would she do that? And so you have to start, and that's why I'm asking, and that's where he's. And I'm not saying he's right, but his question there is valid, because you start asking, like, yeah, that is true. Why would she do that in the first place, and why would Jesus let her do that? What was the whole point of it? What was the ritual behind it? And you start going deep into it.
He's the anointed one.
Okay. Yeah, right. And the anointing that. So the Aphrodite. So cult of Aphrodite and Apollo and all that. There was an anointing process that took place, which you just referenced. I think, and which is what Amon is getting at, and I think it's true. The Greek civilization basically created Christianity and likely created parts of what we know as Judaism today. I'm not saying they created all of it, but I think there's something there. I think we're seeing the crossover whenever little things like that are mentioned, and it's hidden symbology or symbolism, if you will.
Song of Songs. Song of
Okay.
Songs. The king sitteth at his table. My spikenard sendeth forth the smell thereof. Song of Songs. Your shoots an orchard of pomegranates, freshest fruits, spikenard plants. So you can see he's anointed. They're using imagery from these are messianic verses, by the way. There's the myrrh, saffron, calamus, cinnamon, incense from the tree. He's being anointed with the highest level of oil that is made for a king. That's what it's trying to say. That's
right.
Oil, this fresh, precious oil back then.
But also know spikenard. They believe anyone. People have written on it. Spikenard was used in these temples, these Greek. So like the reason I love the Minoans, you were talking about them earlier, right? They come like from Cyprus, right? Am I wrong? Cyprus, or their earliest accounting
Crete.
that we know of is on Cyprus.
No, Crete.
Or Crete, yeah. So and what we see out of that, I think, is what is Crete? Crete's in the dead center of the Mediterranean. It's right by Egyptian culture, right by the Levantine culture, right by the Grecian culture, all that stuff. Like I think it was spreading. I think that idea, whatever they were doing there in those temples, they're spread to all these religions nearby, including Judaism and Christianity, and that's why you see it. And maybe Amon's questioning is wrong because, and again, it's a lot of it is theater. I will say, like, I don't buy in. I don't think I'm a devil worshiper or a Christian or anything. I just believe there is probably something that created me, right? Like a monad, which is a Greek idea that there is something this giant or an all thing or a whatever you want to. And I believe that, right? And I think Christianity and Judaism, Old Testament, is the best Greek philosophy written into like a made up religion, basically. Both.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, but like, then why take it to this extra? Why bastardize it and turn it into a pederasty cult of drugs? And it's not that.
I don't know if it's not that though, because we know
Amon's right to point out early on in the early Christian days there was some wild Christian shit going on. He's right to point out about the what do they call it? The song, the questions of Mary. You know what I'm talking about?
About her, like the relation to Jesus and all that.
Yeah. By the way, do you know where Amon even got that idea? Where he even started talking about that? Why he even started talking about that?
Was it you? Because I know I heard it from you, but I heard it from you before I heard it from anyone.
I'm the first person to talk about that on Danny Jones.
Yeah,
I saved that. I didn't want when Danny Jones told me I was coming on. I was like, I'm gonna bring the best fucking shit ever because I knew he liked Amon. So I was like, I know what I'll bring to Danny Jones. I brought the questions of Mary. I brought the Borborites. I brought the Ophites. I brought the Nascenes. And then all of a sudden, after that, I'm telling you, guys can check me on this. See if you can find one time where Amon talks about the Borborites before my Danny Jones podcast. You won't find it. After my Danny Jones podcast, Amon acts like he discovered this. This is well known in biblical scholarship. Everyone knows about the Borborites. No one's hiding this stuff. We all know about this stuff.
Yeah. And I think, like I said, I think y'all are both, there's like crossover happening. I hate that y'all hate each other because I think he's a little corny sometimes, like it's a little cringe to me to have the whip and, with all that stuff. But at the same time,
don't you love the pederast?
Yeah.
It's weird. Dude.
Right. And I get it. He's doing it for, it's like a theater thing, but also there's part of me I'm like, okay, he's definitely like this in some way too,
he's into it.
I don't do that,
Someone sent me a clip not a long time ago, actually. This is about maybe a year or two ago now, where he told his audience that he went to an Ophite church by his house in wherever the fuck he lives. I don't know where he lives. He went to an Ophite church by his house. It's like Arizona, I think. And he said they were drinking the semen of the priest. That didn't happen. He just made this story up. It's a compulsive liar, dude. There's no way you went to an
I think he does
2026 when people are drinking semen. I'm sorry, and that didn't happen. You know what he said though? He goes, and I'm just sitting there like, okay. No, you didn't. This is all in your head. This is you making this up, dude. You didn't sit there and go, okay.
Yeah.
Stop lying.
Yeah.
Liars.
That's what his name. G. I think is it G. Yeah, I mean, and they bother me too. I'm a truth seeker. That's why I built this giant mind map, because everything I'm doing, it's like the biggest sociology experiment on the planet. I'm connecting every single thing on the planet if it has a connection available. And it's a lot. I'm going to do it for the rest of my life. And I want it at the end of my life. I'm going to release it. I'll send it to you guys. I mean, other researchers, I'll send it to y'all for free. But it's 100,000.
I would love to peer review it if I could and send you my thoughts on it. I would do that for you if you wanted to.
Well, and I once I send it to you, I would say it'd be your own copy, because I mean it would just be something you could reference. Because I mean I use it for like indexing. When someone says something, I type it in, and there's no censorship and there's no bias like Google. You know, if you ever search something in Google, it's definitely geared to bias towards Judaism and Christianity. Like if you say something against either of those things, it kind of pushes you in the other direction. And that's something I've noticed about most search engines and like Chat GPT and. But I wanted to say this. I think there's a world conspiracy going on, a true world conspiracy. And maybe it's old Greek families. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Jewish people. Maybe it's Catholics. Maybe, I don't know what Freemasons. I don't give a shit who it is, but I can see it, you know. And one I always point out, and I think I may have mentioned it to you before, but I would love for you to be able to look at it and verify what I'm talking about. 23 Elul 5761. You know what Elul is, right? Like it's one of the Hebrew months. So there's a prophecy based around this day, 23 Elul 5761, and it's called the falling of the two towers or the falling of the two walls. It's a Zohar prophecy that was, told 600 years ago or whatever. And that day on the Jewish calendar is September 11th, 2001.
I'm seeing September 15th for that.
September 11th, 2001.
Are you sure? I'm seeing Gregorian date, September 15th, 2001. You said 27 Elul? 23 Elul.
Okay,
23. That is
23 Elul 57. Yeah, 23 Elul 5761.
Okay, and what's the source you got this
from?
So
this and in the Zohar. This is Zohar.
Where is it?
This is I learned this from a Rabbi Mizrahi, and and again I listen to preachers, I listen to rabbis. I don't have a bias. I try to listen to all angles. Even I come to you. I
just want to see the source. You know what I mean?
So yeah, Zohar 23 Elul 5761. I'll pull it up right now.
Zohar is Zohar. What is it called?
It's just the Zohar. I think mine's the Pritzker edition, but I'll look right now. Zohar Balak.
I pulled up the online. It says full Zohar.
Yeah, Zohar Balak 212b 2112b.
Balak. How do you spell that?
Yeah. Balak.
Right here. So what is it? 201?
212. This is from the Chabad Lubavitch website. So I mean, they're like posting it openly.
Right here.
Yeah.
This is 21.
212. Yeah.
Yeah. It says Balak saw Rabbi said certainly what Rabbi Kia said about this verse. Balak son of Zippor is a concealed matter. Even the sparrow has found a home. The sparrow a nest for herself.
Oh, that city. I don't think. So like I said, I think mine's the Pritzker edition. So maybe there are difference. I don't know which one you're reading. Let me find out. I have a 911 Zohar.
The online Zohar. That's what it is. Zohar online.
I have it. I mean, I pulled it up in the Zohar to verify it for myself. So, but let me just pull up my Pritzker 1 sec. And this again, this is from Rabbi saying this. This is on the Chabad. If you go to the Chabad website and type "Great Walls Will Fall," they literally tell you right there.
Which Chabad website? Chabad.org?
Yeah, the official Chabad.
You're saying in the search engine, I can search this and it's going to come out?
All right, let me just I'll just type it on Chabad. Great Walls Will Fall. Yeah, just go to Google, type Chabad Great Walls Will Fall, the very top thing.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to find this.
How about this right here?
Yes.
Prediction that the Zohar can inspire us.
And you see what's at the top there? Those are the Twin Towers. That's on the Chabad Lubavitch website.
Okay, so
they think. And you know the whole story right behind it. Like the Larry Silverstein bought the towers 2 months before, sold them for insurance money, got double the payment.
No, let's not get it too much. This is YouTube, bro. This is YouTube.
Well, right. No. Well, right, yeah, but and again, I'm not. That's why I prefaced it. I don't know who it is. I don't care who it is. I know who they're pointing to.
I know about all the other stuff you're saying, but what's the source? What's the predict? Where's the prediction?
It says it right at the top. The top paragraph says it. It's the Zohar Balak 2112b. I don't know if that's true. I got to look it up. Right.
Show you, but not for these. Things will come. Some after the time of the kings of David. A star has gone forth from Jacob. This teaches us that the future, the Holy One, blessed is he will build Jerusalem. Blah 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 blah. I haven't seen nothing about towers. But here's what's happening. This is why people like Amen are getting people like you. If I put a picture of the towers here,
read to the bottom, bro. Read to the bottom. What are you saying?
Three great walls will fall, and the great hall will fall, and the power of that city will die. That's 3, not 2.
Right, but how many towers fell on 9/11, bro?
Like a whole bunch of them.
3.
Well, 2 major ones.
3 fell though.
Yeah, but is that...
And what were the towers called? You know what the 2 towers, the 2 main ones were called? Joachim and Boaz. The 2 that stand outside, the pillars that stand outside of the Freemason. The one in the middle, the tower in the middle had the
city of Rome. It's not... I mean, I guess you can apply it to... You're applying it to another thing. 3 great
and the tower
walls.
In the middle, the one in the middle that fell was the Solomon Bank. That was
What is the Great Hall?
The Pentagon.
So it says 3 great halls and a great hall will fall. So this is what we're looking at. Balak 212 Zohar. Let's see.
Yeah, and that's I didn't put that. But by the way, Neil, real quick, because you're saying I'm falling for something. I didn't put the picture of the Twin Towers on the top of this. Chabad Lubavitch website put that on there. That's not me, bro.
It sounds like some Jews are trying to say our prophecy knew about this.
Right.
Like, some of this stuff is so vague anyway. Look, it's
okay.
I can see what you're going for here. I'm not even trying to say it's like completely off the.
Well, the Odigo messaging app on the morning of September 11th at 7 a.m. Balak 212b. Yeah. I could go all night with you. I know all kinds of shit like this that no one knows. I need to publish them. I need to.
This is someone posted this on Shabbat. I don't know how open their posting is. I have no idea. But how come this is my I'm just being critical of this is my brain. This is what I do. I'm always critical of everything. This is how everyone should be.
I get it.
I'm not even just trying to block it out. I'm being open to this. But why is it when I go to Shabbat and I go to 212, it doesn't say anything like that? Is this a? I mean, you
There's
might
2 different versions of the Zohar.
I'm saying. You might say they're covering it up, but why am I getting there's nothing about towers here. There's nothing about walls here. There's no 2, 3, nothing. That's what I'm saying.
There's 2 different versions of Zohar, though. So
yeah, but they're not even close. They're not even close.
There's 2. I know. My thing is, I'm wondering if in one version, Balak 2112 is another paragraph versus the one that they're referencing. And I have 2 different versions. I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to find it just to verify. Because I agree. I'm glad that you're asking this question, right?
I did a word search for wall.
You reading it?
I did a word search for wall to see what else is in here. We were taught that 3 outer walls of the Garden of Eden. Between each of them, so this is talking about the Garden of Eden. These days are marked the visible outer walls, each one individually depicting chirping birds regularly each morning. That's all I'm getting.
Balak. I need to find Balak. Genesis. What was it? Leviticus? Damn it.
Leviticus for what?
Oh no! What did it say? Numbers. It was numbers, right?
For Balak. Numbers 24:17.
Okay.
And like, who even is this person? That's what I would like to know. Like, I want to know where this came from. I want to know who's saying this. Is this person
and I, by the way, didn't get it from this website. I heard it from Rabbi Mizrahi originally, and then
but I went and looked it up. Those rabbis, like I know Adam Green does a really good job of documenting these people. There's some rabbis out there who want
John Garadis see through it all.
They're trying to make people think that they predicted all this stuff. They have magical powers. They can predict the future, and that everything's working as planned, and everything we're doing is working perfectly.
I don't believe it.
No, I don't believe it either. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be critical. I'm trying to show you.
My thing is, Neil, the question you have to ask though, why? Why are they saying they know that? What is the message? So that's why I said it could be anything.
Because
the whole reason I'm bringing this. Well, right, that's the correct answer, I believe. I think it's always been this way. So if you look into the very first thing that is reported in our history for America, I think America was created to be like a Zionist nation, basically, or like a Hebrew, which obviously it says that, but I'm saying deeper than that. Like George Washington on the first inauguration he points in the Bible to a passage that references the United States, us. He references it as Zebulon, and Zebulon's like the military powerhouse and the banking power that supports
George
Israel.
Washington says that? He's not a very religious guy. He's like a deist.
Right, I agree. And you know who the person? Yeah, look it up. At the very first thing that happened in American history, a Freemason. So they're like, we can't find a Bible. This is the story that's told. American history. Go look it up. It's we can't find a Bible. And then a Freemason. They're in New York City, which was the capital at the time. There was like a de facto capital because there wasn't one. And he runs across the hall to the Freemason building, grabs the Bible from the Freemason table there, and then runs it back across. Supposedly Washington takes it, they'd set it down, and he randomly flips. My wife made a very good point, and I love her for these little thoughts that she has, because I didn't even think like this. I'm a very deep thinker, and she thought a very shallow thought process, not in a bad way though. It says randomly flipped to a page, but she said it's weird that you would randomly flip in a book because she reads a lot. She was like, it's weird to randomly flip to the very.
I'll read it for you right now. The Bible used in the ceremony of St. John's Lodge number 1. The master of which was Jacob Morton, who served as marshal of the inauguration. The Bible opened up at random, the Genesis 49, and he read, Zebulon shall dwell.
And Jacob Morton was a
Freemason? I don't know. Who's that?
No. The other thing that you mentioned about being on YouTube for.
Well, let's look at it. Let's see what it says. It says he's a.
If you look, yeah, I have him in here. You know the last name Morton, like
Morton.
The last name Morton is a very
pretty Jewish name, but there's people who are who's Christian with that name.
Right. So my theory is our nation was founded on. I know. Can I get this out real quick? My point. I think our nation, which is why you see the Zebulon thing, was founded on crypto-Jewish ideals. We were like hidden crypto-Zionists that wanted. I mean, and kind of openly too, but. Just through the history books, even that being the first official things that happens in our nation's history, I think, first of all, it's probably bullshit, right? Like the chance of this actually being true is very, very
people
slim.
Were doing weird religious stuff back then. This is, I mean, the Old Testament of the Christian Bible is the Hebrew Bible. So I mean,
right. But my wife says
he split. Hold on, let's read what it says. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for an haven for ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon.
Yep. And if you read about what Zebulon did for Israel in the Old Testament, they were the military powerhouse. They were the might. They were the ones who did like all the bitch work, all the heavy lifting. That's what we've done since literally the beginning of time with our nation. And even like the wars of Gog and Magog and all that, and being, it's a 3-part war: World War I, World War II, World War III. Look at our involvement in those and the banking process, Federal Reserve. It happens over and over again. And Haim Solomon funding, if you look into Haim Solomon funding the whole revolution, that's another Jewish man. And Washington comes from a very likely, look up this guy, Miles Mathis. He writes all about it. George Washington comes from a very likely crypto-Jewish family in England.
He's English.
How do you not believe that after everything I've just said, Neil? See, that's what I'm saying.
He's an Anglican.
After everything I've just said. So my thing is, have I lied about anything I've said? You've looked up everything I've said, verified, and then now, but real quick, let me finish this. Now you say it like that. But now you just say that.
You did not even show me anything. You just
I didn't show you that 23-57-61 is mentioned to have been tied up with 9/11. I just showed you that.
That's separate. Now you're connecting things that aren't there.
No, I'm saying my point is
it has nothing to do with George Washington. That had nothing to do with George Washington at all.
No, but my point is, why would I just start making shit up now, Neil?
You know that meme where the guy's connecting things? You're doing that. You're not. There's nothing there. There's one thing over here. There's one thing over here. They have nothing to do with each other. What does George Washington have to do with that?
I just don't agree with you.
Hold on. What does George Washington have to do with this post right here from the Chabad website? What does George Washington have to do with this?
That we're a Zionist nation founded on it, and he was the beginning of that. That's why I brought him up.
Where's George Washington here, though? Where is it?
It's not. That's not what I'm referencing.
Things that have nothing to do with each other.
No, I'm syncretizing world with what's going on in the world.
Was an Anglican who became deist.
Hey, can you look up? Okay, see, this is what I'm saying. You just don't know enough. But you know about a lot about Greek history. I'm a very broad shot. Like, I'm a grape shot of research. You're very refined, right? Anglican, the way the Anglican Church was created, very likely crypto-Judaism. In the Cromwells, look into the Cromwells, what they did in England. You don't believe it? Look.
No,
so you know, England expelled.
They're like the closest thing to Catholicism without being. They're like they act like Catholics. The Anglicans are not Jews, dude. They're not crypto Jews. They're not Jews.
So you think so? And okay, and my thing, maybe it's not a Jewish thing. Maybe it's just an Abrahamic thing, which is what kind of Adam Green's point is.
Everyone knows that. That's not.
But my thing is, at the top, it's all serving one. It's serving Zion, right? Like, that's the whole idea, and that's what I'm pointing out. We, from the very inception, were created to serve Zion, America, and even
I would say the way I would say it, and the way Adam would say it is, once you. By enforcing this culture on the public, they are kind of brainwashed into thinking that, like, there was a time when these Jewish prophets predicted the coming of the Messiah, and now we worship this Messiah. So no matter what we do, no matter how anti-Semitic we get, no matter how much we think the Jews rejected Jesus, we're still playing their game. He's right. I agree with this. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, like, yes, you're right.
I agree. And he and I talked to him today.
But it doesn't mean Anglicans are Jews or crypto Jews. That's a different thing. There's a whole other league.
But my thing is, you don't even know the start. You're just saying this. You don't even know the start of what Anglicanism was. You know there's even a book too.
King Henry.
So you know the involvement then of the Freemasons. So then you know the involvement of the Freemasons to Anglicanism.
That's
right. Hey, real quick. This is stuff you don't know about. I'm trying to just get. I'm trying to be respectful.
Two different things.
No, it's not two different things. Scotland. Hey, who is the right now?
King James.
The next king of England is going to be related to the Bruce family,
line, the Tudor family,
the Bruce line, the Stuart line, which it came from Scotland. Was intermarried. Marjorie Bruce.
That's why the King
Marjorie
James
Bruce, the daughter of. So my point is, all of England is Scottish. All of England is Freemasonic. If you look at the Bruce family, it's called De Bruce. They come from France and Normandy region, which there was known, and the exact village he comes from, they were the biggest population of Jews back then. I'm telling you, I know I'm not trying to just be that guy. You just have to look. There's Nicholas de Lange. He wrote this book called Atlas.
Is Jewish?
I don't know if he was. They might. I think there might be. You don't think ancient medieval society? So, like in Judaism, in Old Testament.
Truth. Oh, look, I'll say this, and then we'll move on to. I want to go back to Neonos because I really want to find a source for that. But I will say this: it is true that there was English kings who were trying to fudge the numbers and make them go back to David somehow. I know that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and they call themselves the tribe of Dan, one of the lost tribes. Yeah. They truly believe this. And I'm not saying that it's true, but just the fact that they believe this, that says that there's probably something behind it, right? And there's a book out there called When Scotland Was Jewish. People have tried to debunk it a million times. Go read it. It's written by two Jews when Scotland was Jewish, and they write about the origins and all. It's a lot of odd coincidences. It's not a ton of amazing research. They cite everything, but it is like, you're like, wow, that's a lot of coincidences stacked up to be like a mathematical probability. You know, like it would be against mathematical odds that this would all happen without them being Jewish.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. Anyway.
Can you provide, is it just the Hesychius thing? Is that all we're looking at here?
Hesychius of Alexander and the mention of Homer. So
hold on. What mention of Homer? Slow down.
So that's in that semen. If you pull it up, the semen is all over video. He mentions it right at the end. I didn't save it on my. I had the video saved because I knew it was in there.
What video is it?
Sorry, let me.
I'm giving this guy airtime.
I'll pull it up for you. He's tough to listen to. Semen is all over. Videos. I'll go Neons.
Which one is it? I can pull it up. Is it?
Frick. I'm going to type it on here. Sorry. Mark 14 Neoniscos. So yeah, Mark 14 Neoniscos.
That's the name of the video.
Yeah, just type Mark 14.
What was it?
There's two of them. He's got a few of them. There's from 1 year ago.
Neoniscos lesson for Gnostic informant. That one, the one about me.
He's got two. I've watched both. I have them both saved, so I don't know which one it was.
The name of the video start with Mark 14.
Yeah, but both of those do. Mark 14:51.
Informant and Mark 14. Hold on a second. I only found one video. Are you sure? What's the name? What's the title of the video? Just say the title of the video.
There's two I have saved. That's what I'm saying. There's Mark 14 Neoniscos based on a lexicon. I'm reading it to you right now. Just chill.
Yeah,
Mark 14 Neoniscos based on the. Okay. So I'm looking at right now. Mark 14 Neoniscos based on a lexicon of Hezekias, and then the other video is a Mark 14:51 Bible lesson for Myth Vision and Kip Davis.
Okay, I'm gonna type. Let me do a word for Kip Davis now.
And he did another one too. That I think that's maybe the one you're referencing. Is Semen is all over Gnostic informant, but I didn't save that one. But apparently I did watch it at one point.
Here we go. Christing Bible for Kip Davis. I found that one. Or Mark 14. Okay, that's the one we'll go to. Okay.
Okay. I don't know if you want to play it. I'm okay. I don't know if you want to give him.
I'll play it. What part is it at? It's this 14-minute video.
It was towards the end. I feel like it was like 8 minutes or so, or I don't know. I don't want to say exactly, but I think that's it. Is my internet okay? Am I too choppy?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
So it's not a garment is the point. It's not a garment. It's a cloth, either a small cloth, which is what it really is here, or a large cloth.
He's already talking about the syndone, which is wrong about.
Synode.
What? It was epigumno.
So syndona is just a linen cloth. That's all it is. And a gumno is naked body. So that's fine. Well, there's nothing weird going on there. Your cloth goes over your nakedness. Yeah. We know that. Let's see. Where does he get to Neoniscos?
Let me see if I can find it here.
Here we go.
I think it might be the other.
Which supports.
Okay. You got it.
Exactly this. So we'll just get right to the chase. Cut to the chase quickly. You hover over the word gumno.
Wait, no.
They're done. And then they went on to discuss the symbolic meaning of it all. The purple thing, the whole religious rite.
You sure I think it's the other video?
So
it might be. I'm seeing it looks like he's talking about that same chart that you just pulled up on this other shorter video. I'm at 5 minutes or so.
He says Neoniscos fairy tale.
I have questions about the Kip Davis.
Oh, I didn't see that one either. No, I haven't seen this one.
Due to his
and I'm curious, you would be a perfect person to break these videos down, Neil.
Well, they're just so
you really
stupid.
would.
I don't want to waste my time. They're so bad. They're so bad. It's like jumping in dirt and laying with fucking pigs. No, I'm not wasting my time on this bullshit.
That's
no offense. That's how bad it is.
What is it? Don't cast your lot amongst the swine or whatever. That's a Bible.
Yeah, this is so stupid. I'm telling you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick.
No, but hey, give me. Hey, listen.
In the world, bro.
Look at it real quick though, and break it down. Look at it and break it down. Tell me what you think.
I'm flipping through it. He doesn't even.
Okay, here I'm posting this one. This is. It looks like this.
I'm trying to find one video about Neoniscos, or one.
I posted this one. If you look on your comments on the side. Yeah, don't cast pearls before swine. There you go, Kaya.
Private chat? Where? Anything. I'm looking for something. What do you got?
On the YouTube chat. On the YouTube chat, I did it. I've just posted
it right now. It's going too fast. Go to private chat.
How do I have a
link for the video?
Yeah, I don't have a way to private chat with you. Chat? You blocked me on X, bro.
What are you talking about? Private chat on here, on fucking here, on the stream. It's on the right, on the right of the screen.
I don't even see it. I'm on my phone, so okay.
Oh, okay.
Fudge.
Okay, let me just do a word search for Neoniscos and him. Let's see if he has anything. Here we go. Mark 14, and it says based on the lexicon of Hesychius. Here we go. Here's our video. We found it.
Okay, try that.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, he's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'll show you why.
Lexicon of Hesychius.
Okay, just break it down when you get there.
He's an Ammonite retard.
Just from Wikipedia, what it says about Hesychius. Compiled probably the richest lexicon of unusual and.
Notice how it's 5th, 6th century AD. Do you understand? That's like taking Shakespeare and comparing it to today's English. We're not even close to the Gospels, but let's keep going. We're strike one.
That's if you accept the Gospels were. Hey, real quick, Neil. That's if you accept the Gospels were written like 50 AD, which I do not accept that.
Oh, I'm not saying 50 AD. I'm saying 90, 100. That's still 4 or 5 centuries away.
Right, but when was it like canonized and finalized? It's around the Council of Nicaea, so it's not that far removed. That's what I'm saying.
We have physical copies of the Bible that date to 200.
Right, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. My point is,
we're nowhere near Neonos. We're nowhere near Hesychius. This is a different.
My point is, you have to give weight to it at least a little, right? Compared to now.
All right, let's go.
And regular ones too.
Okay.
So here's the thing about the garden. This is Rick Renner, and you can see 1 month ago and then 4 years ago. Look at the word that he's using. Who was the naked boy? The boy in the garden, you can see. Now, interestingly,
why is he a boy already? Hold on. Why is he a boy?
Go after.
Notice how
he's saying some random pastor is calling him.
Notice how he's calling him a boy, and he's using the Ammonite language, and it's Neoniskos is a young man. It's an older man. But whatever, let's call him a boy because it sounds better. I'm already noticing the retardedness in this video.
Garden story.
Real quick, I want to correct something, Neil. Just pause real fast.
Man,
you said it's a old man, or it's not. The highest I've read about Neoniskos is up to 25. That's the highest I've read.
No, it's up to 30. I'll show you right now.
Okay, I believe you. I'm giving you mine.
Goes up to 29, 30 years old.
Okay.
I would say if you want to make a wide range, it's 15 to 30. But most texts say 21 to 30. Most of them.
It gets thrown.
It's funny because he says 10 to 14. Okay.
See, they're blaming Hillman for saying the boy, as if Hillman's the only guy who said boy. Now, what Kip does is says that this dude's actually wearing a burial shroud, which is absurd.
Well, hold on.
But how long has Rick Renner been saying?
Wearing a burial shroud is absurd. That's what literally every scholar says about this. So this is why I can't stand this guy. He's calling absurd. The whole scholarly consensus is absurd, and he doesn't back it up at all. No.
I think you're missing his point. You missed his point, Neil. You missed his point. You missed his point.
Hold on. I'm not saying he has to agree with the consensus, but to call the consensus absurd and say Kip's being absurd is gaslighting his audience. Because he could say, now I know Kip's going with the scholarly consensus here, but here's why I think he's wrong. He's bullshitting his audience. He's making his audience think that what Kip said is completely out of the crazy. He's the shroud thing, the burial shroud, is the scholarly consensus about what a syndone is. That's why it's called syndonology.
Okay.
Syndonology. What is syndonology?
I agree.
Brandon?
Okay. Yeah, it's the study of the Shroud of Turin. I know. It's specifically the Shroud of Turin. That's how it all came out. But I want to get into
it's the study of shrouds.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying it comes from the idea of the Christian Shroud of Turin. It wasn't like a thing. They didn't care about it before the Christian Shroud of Turin. Now they care about
from the shroud in Greek. The word shroud is syndone.
Yeah. Well, and so that's what I wanted to point out real quick. His point, and I think you're missing his point, is in context. The kid's not wearing a burial shroud because the kid's alive. So in context, it makes no sense to call it a burial shroud.
No, I'll tell you why. The scholarly consensus thinks that Jesus just resurrected somebody from a grave. And a lot of people doubt this. It's not like a totally solved case. This is a hotly debated verse. But that's what Kip's saying. He's wearing a burial shroud because Jesus just resurrected him. Now, before we continue, I want to show you. You made a claim about you made a claim about this, about up to 30. You said only up to what 20 what 24?
I've read up to 25 is what I had read.
Well, here's Philo of Alexandria.
Yeah,
this is who we should be looking at.
That's who I have. That's who I have on here. Yeah.
Philo is Jewish, writing in Greek in the 1st century AD, 40s AD. He's writing this. What does he say? What a Neon? So he's the same. He's the perfect person who we should be going to on what the gospel author is using, because the gospel author is Jewish like Philo, and then he's Greek like Philo, and he's 1st century like Philo. So what is Philo saying? 21 to 28.
So okay. So real quick, I want to point out a couple things. It's easy to say that. I want to say this. Philo of Alexandria has definitely some biases in his own writings. And if you read
about what?
Well, so about the original meaning of what the Septuagint is saying. He's also one of the people that we hear the stories about, like how
about the Septuagint. We're talking about Philo's giving us age. This isn't a philosophy book. This has nothing to do with the Septuagint.
But what book is he reading from, Neil? What book is he reading from? Hey, what book is he reading from?
He's citing Hippocrates.
From the Septuagint.
No,
but Mark 14 is so. Mark 14 is new. No. I'm saying Old Testament is Septuagint. Mark 14 is Koine Greek, New Greek. All of his.
This is not the Septuagint.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is.
Where is the bias?
I'm saying everything he learned. Everything he was learning and speaking about was Greek culture. So it would be in his benefit and his bias that he has to say, oh yeah, that's not, he wasn't a kid. He was a little older. And by the way, this is the same guy.
Dude, Brandon, your brain is going out of control right now. He doesn't even know about the Gospels. There's no Gospels yet.
No, I know, but I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, you know what else he did? You know what else Philo did? Philo was the one that started talking about the 2 powers in heaven. What is Jesus? Jesus becomes the second power.
Are you okay? Bro,
no, I'm saying
this is why
there's a bias. There's a bias here to
Where's
lean.
the bias? What's the bias? Is your brain working right now, dude?
He is a Jew. He's a Jew wanting to push his religion. What does it say in the Old Testament? It says, that's why I said, what is he reading from? The Septuagint. The Septuagint is what he's reading from.
Got it, bro. There's no Septuagint here. And look at the page right now. He's telling you the ages of children. Infant, child, adolescent, youth. What does he say what a Neonos is? Answer the question.
I know.
What does he say?
I know it says, I see it right there. It says up to 28, full bodily growth up to 28, 4 times 7.
Tetrikos hepta.
Real quick.
On there.
Can I say this? So in the Old Testament, in the Old Testament, which would have been the thing I was asking you about, what was he reading from? The Septuagint. He wasn't reading from anything else. If he was reading a religious text because he was Jewish, he was reading from the.
What does that have to do with what I'm
reading?
Because
the words they would have used for that age group would have also been Neoniskos. They would have seen it. They would have seen it other times. He would have been He would have been familiar.
A Neoniskos to whoever wrote the fucking book of Mark is 21 to 28, just as Philo is saying this. He's the same time period, the same people, the same fucking language, Koine Greek.
So, okay,
it's in favor of Mark.
And again, I've seen other arguments against this, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I am saying,
where are they?
I was just kidding. You didn't even finish the video. We didn't even finish the video.
Okay, let's go to the video. I'm just telling you, 1st century Judean Greek writers, which is Mark and Philo.
You got one.
Say Neoniskos is 21 to 28.
You have a Jewish guy who we could have. Again, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm skeptical of everything. I think even the things that we're reading about from him could have been post-dated or pre-dated. You know what I mean? Someone could have filled in.
Where's the evidence?
Things that we don't know.
So that's your brain is not working.
I'm not saying there is. I'm saying I'm a skeptic. I just said I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic.
Yeah, but you have to show it. All right,
how am I being dumb?
Because you can't just decide.
You can be skeptical without evidence.
I don't like this source, so I think someone just wrote it later. You need to show evidence for your work, bro.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying it's okay to think like that. It's okay to have the skeptic.
But can you at least see what I'm trying to show you? We have a 1st century Jewish writer writing in Greek in the 40s AD who says a Neoniskos is 21 to 28. Period. Point blank period. It's over.
Right.
Now, why should we?
So 7 years after Jesus would have died, you don't find that like a coincidental thing, and that we're reading Garden of Gethsemane, which we see the rendering of the word Neoniskos, and then they like come out with it 7 years later. If Jesus died in 33 AD, according to what Christians say, then this would have been 7 years later. So he's like correcting it. You see what I'm saying?
Philo doesn't even know what the Gospels are. He doesn't mention the Gospels.
You know that? You're saying that. How do you know that?
Because he doesn't mention the Gospels once, dude.
Just because he doesn't mention them doesn't mean he didn't know.
You know how much Philo wrote?
So and again, and I didn't even mention the New Testament. I said he was reading from the Septuagint, and you said no, he's not.
I'm talking about this page right here. There's nothing to do with the Septuagint.
I know, but why is he bringing the page up? You think he's just saying the word Neoniskos because he's thinking about it? No, he's thinking. No, he's okay, people are going to read.
It's the people. Holy shit! This has
and
nothing to do with the Bible.
And he was a religious. No. And he was a religious man. He was a religious man.
Dude, Brandon, this has nothing to do with the Bible. Are you okay? Are you not thinking correctly right now? He's citing Hippocrates.
So you don't.
He's not even.
You mentioned earlier. People see through the. You mentioned earlier the people in the world right now today. They see things. They see their biases through like these glasses. You don't think he's seeing the world through his Jewish glasses that he's wearing?
What's the Jewish bias here? That Neoniskos are 21.
That Christianity was created by Jews within 7 years. Jesus, the guy that created Christianity, is supposed to have lived 7 years before he makes this statement.
Bro, you are retarded.
How's that retarded?
Because he's saying a Neoniskos is 21 to 28 years old. How does that make Mark? How does that mean Mark's is in prepubescent? Where do you get that from?
That's one instance. You're showing me one instance of this.
I know. I'm showing you.
I've seen this one. By the way, I've seen this before. I watched your videos.
By the way,
I watched your videos on it 2 years ago. I've seen this. I've seen it.
There's dozens of these. There's dozens.
I know,
of these.
And there's also other ones that say. There's other ones that say. Okay.
Other ones that say what? Other ones that say what?
I was going to say, there's other ones that say that they're younger. They're younger.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Here's Hippocratic corpus, 28 years old, Neoniskos. Solon. What does Solon say? Solon says, I don't know why that one's in here. Here you go, Neoniskos, Hippocratic corpus, Solon, Arion of Nicomedia. Here we go again, Neoniskoi. Beyond puberty are called after puberty. He literally says after puberty.
And how old are you when you hit puberty? Hey, Neil, how old are you when you hit puberty? You dumbass. Fucking like 13.
You're
not 25 when you hit puberty.
After puberty.
Right. But after puberty could be 13 and 1 day old.
I already told you.
1 day old after 13 would still be hitting puberty. And that's still fucking pedophile.
You listen to me for a second, dude.
No, you're just not thinking.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. I already told you. You're so stupid. I already fucking told you. If you want to make a wide a wide range, 15 to 30, you can do that. You can get away with that. There are some sources that push it down to 15. But no matter what you say, I already have you, dude, I have you muted. You're stupid. If you want, you can never show me a single primary source where it's before puberty. It's always after puberty. You're not thinking, dude. Your brain is fucking mush. It's not working. It's not working.
My brain is mush.
You're looking for anything to make this be right.
I'm not looking. No, I'm not looking for it to be right. I'm questioning why you think so hard I
care about the truth.
I do too.
You don't. No, you don't.
No, my thing is, why are you so against me being skeptical of this? Why are you so?
You live in a fantasy world.
That's not a fantasy world.
Your own things that you want what you want. That's what you think. I can tell by the way you act. I used to be like you 10, 20 years ago.
Okay.
Let's see what he says about Neoniskos. Where does he say? Right here?
Yeah, it's probably like a minute before this. Yeah, he's got.
So this Neoniskos was with Jesus in a regimented fashion.
Here we go.
Now, Kelman gets criticized for saying, what does he say? Assigned to. Well, I mean, that's just whatever. When you're following in a regimented fashion like this, it's not a stretch to use that word, but really what it is, you can see accompanying in a regimented fashion.
Okay.
Well, who is the dude? Well, he is a younger youth. Neonius is an older youth. Neoniskos is a younger youth. Attendant.
Yeah.
Mark 14, we're told that this language suits Mark 14. This is a servant of Jesus, who is a youth. And you can see the range can be from children and older. It varies.
15
so I thought,
after puberty to 30.
This picture has been around now since 1500.
Why are you stuck on 15 being after puberty? Why can't it be 13 years old?
Fine, 13, fine. If you want to make it 13.
It's like you're trying to give them the extra 2 years.
Brandon,
you're trying to give them the extra 2 years or whatever.
No, Brandon, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter if you want to make them 13 or 15. It's always after puberty, no matter what. The almond's whole point is that it has to be a prepubescent child. Do you not know that? He said it has to be a prepubescent child. He said that over and over.
I don't care about all that. My point is, I don't care. It's still pederasty because they're fucking little kids, dude. They're fucking little kids. A 13-year-old still a little kid.
Where is the banging happening? Where is it?
How do you know? And Jordan gets sending me at 4 a.m. with a little someone who could have been one day after the age of 13.
Where does it say they had sex? Where does it say Jesus?
I'm not saying that he did that. I'm not saying he had sex. I'm saying
in your own head.
I didn't say it. See, I think you project things on the people.
You don't know what.
Did I say he was having sex with them? Did I say he was having sex with them? I didn't. So my point. No, my point. No, I didn't say he's having. I'm saying no.
You just said it 2 seconds
ago. No, I'm saying the point is weird. Listen for a second. The Catholic Church. We know the Catholic Church was involved in the the castration of little boys until early 1900s. We know this. So why are you denying it?
The Catholic Church was involved in castration of little boys?
For singers, yeah, for their little singers, they're boy singers without the balls and the. I'm telling you, look it up, dude. This is the stuff that
you keep, bro. You've been on here for like an hour, and you keep saying, "Look it up." I've been asking
because you don't know shit about history. I'm talking to you like the Catholic Church didn't chop off little boys' dicks. What are you talking about? Yes, they did until less than basically 100 years ago.
Show me the primary source.
Okay.
I'm just asking you to show me these things.
My thing is, see, you call me like mush brain and shit, like just being disrespectful instead of accepting that I might be right on something.
Brandon, you're sitting there going, "Oh, Philo was biased. Biased about what? He's not even writing about the Gospels."
So they're called
correctly, dude.
The National Institute of Health if you want a research paper because you're asking official sources, there's an NIH articles about it, but they're called castrati or castrato, literally castration, castrati. They're male little boy singers that have the supposedly angelic, the highest, the most angelic voice of all. And it is weird, don't you think? Like the thing that happens right before Christ dies in the book that Catholics end up taking over, it has something to do with him doing something with a bandage that is a medicated bandage.
17th and 18th century, castrati became the superstars of the.
It went all the way to the 20th century.
It says
all
right
the way
here,
to the 20th century.
I'm looking at it says 17th to 18th century. I'm just trying to help you out here. I'm trying to give you a source. Composers like Handel and Mozart wrote leading male roles.
I have the sources. I know you didn't even know what it was until just now. I'm telling you. Don't tell me you're trying to help me. I've looked it up. You're literally just finding out about this right now. You're just finding out, Neil. So you're acting like a know-it-all with no fucking knowledge of this.
Dude, you can't take things from different centuries and move them all around like they all exist at the same time.
It's not moving all around. I'm saying it's part of the theology that they like to cut off boys' dicks, right? We know that. So how is it so far-fetched to think that they were doing it in the fucking Garden of Gethsemane?
Bro, you have horrible methodology, bro.
No, you do. No, you just deny shit when you don't agree with it.
If you have a source for the 17th century of something going on, what you have is something for the 17th century of something going on.
No, NIH.
You can't then take something from the 17th century and apply it to first century stuff. That's not how this works.
Okay, I'm not applying it.
I'm not. You get laughed out of fucking university.
So the Trinity. Hey, Neil, when was the Trinity established? Because this is why your fucking brain doesn't work. You say it, my brain's, but when was the Trinity established?
The Nicene, or the
375 or 360.
No, it's 325. Oh,
right. So that was about 1600 years ago.
You're off. By
I was asking the year. You didn't know the year. You didn't know the year, so you were guessing just now. But anyway, my point is, real quick, that's about 16 to 1700 years. Well, no, my point is that theology, that practice that they've had, that part of their liturgy, that's existed 16 to 1700 years. Same with the castrati. The castrati is about a 1900-year-old.
They banned castration
in the 1900s.
In the Council of Nicaea. No. You didn't know.
So hey, this is it's like some dumbass loophole. You just believe it because you're like, they wrote it. The Catholic Church employed. They literally paid these boys and their families. They paid these boys and the families to sing. The Catholic Church paid them, and you're just denying it.
Hold on, I'm trying to show you nuance. I'm trying to show you how to do research. The Council of Nicaea that was gathered together by Constantine in 325. The first thing they did was they prohibited self-castration for clergy.
Right. And then how long? That's why I brought it up. How long did it last, Neil?
If you're going to point to
Fucking until the 1900s.
So they stopped doing castration to the 1900s? Is that what you're saying?
Officially,
So
right? Like this, officially.
That makes no sense. You just debunked your own thing.
How does that make no sense? They're paying the kids. They admitted, they openly apologized for paying these children and their families until the 1900s. In 1906, I think is the year they stopped.
What's
they
going
openly
on
admitted.
the 1900s has nothing to do with the 4th century.
Yes, it does, dude. How do you not see what I'm saying here? I hope someone can. I'm going to read the chat. I want to see if anyone in the chat can understand what I'm saying.
This is retarded. What you're saying. This is retarded. No. This is retarded.
So my name is Brandon Gallimore on the left, just so y'all know. And maybe I seem like a dumbass to some people. I don't know. Maybe I am. No, but my point is I'm not making irrelevant connections. The connection I'm drawing is that they say they're going to do something and then they don't. And that's why I came on. I prefaced, I didn't say it was Jews. I said it could be Jews, it could be Catholics, it could be Freemasons, it could be anyone.
19th century, from the 4th century, as if there's
people who.
You don't. Your brain's. All right.
So, do you think the whole Epstein Island stuff? Do you believe the Epstein Island stuff is going on is real? Do you believe it's real or not?
Of course, it's real. What does that
have
to do?
So we know it's big in the culture.
Garden, though.
We know it's big in the culture. So you don't think this is a leftover, a holdover from something we had a long time ago, 2,000 years ago? Because I mean, we clearly it was because they wrote about it in Council of Nicaea. That's my point. So for 1,600 years, 1,700 years after Nicaea, we still paid to have kids castrated, even though they said they weren't.
Brandon, do you do things based on what happened 700 years ago?
No.
No, exactly. You don't fucking know what the fuck happened 700 years ago. Why the fuck would someone in 1900s be doing something based on what happened in the 4th century?
I don't know. Ask the Catholic priest, dude. I don't know. I'm not a priest. I don't fuck kids.
The point of my question is you can't take things from the 19th century.
I'm not taking it. Read it, dude. The Boston Herald released just 10 years ago about how the Catholic priests were fucking all the kids for 50 years. This isn't made up shit, dude. What are you talking about?
You don't have a source that says Neonos is a prepubescent child. Prepubescent child. Do you have one or no?
Yes, we were watching a video on it, dude. We were watching a video. We never even finished it. We never looked. You haven't even. I asked you to break it down. You keep saying it's bullshit without even covering anything he's saying. Dude, just cover it.
Just said in the video, the source that he shows on the screen. Up to 30. Up to 30. It says around the screen.
Right. Starting at
youths. It's after puberty though.
After puberty. So after puberty, technically speaking, right, is like we'll say puberty's 13 because in the ancient times
by Amen is that it's before puberty. That's the entire argument.
That's not my argument though. Why do you keep bringing up Amon's argument? That's not my argument.
All I'm debunking from Amen. From day one.
Well, that you have to debunk it. I don't believe it.
He says it has
to be
13. Amen Hillman.
I believe they're like.
Hold on. Amen Hillman told his audience it has to be prepubescent or it won't even work. He said the only way you can get the drug is if they are before puberty. That's what he says. He just made this up. I'm trying to. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to slow down. I'm trying to show you where's the bias in Philo. You said there's a bias in Philo. What bias are you talking about?
The bias is that he's a Jew at the exact time. Let me say this because you're saying a lot. He's a Jew at the exact time that Christianity, the two powers in heaven, which he put forward, comes out. And this person who fulfills that idea of the second power in heaven, Jesus, and possibly a Messiah ben Joseph, that comes about, and it even references in Revelation being from the order of Melchizedek, which ties into the whole second power in heaven. And what does it say in the Old Testament? That the whole world will be a footstool under Israel. So if you were to enact a world plan, then you would go in a time like that and you would start writing stuff like, hey, we don't, and just like in the Council of Nicaea, hey, we don't castrate kids anymore. We don't fuck kids anymore.
What does that have to do with Philo talking about Neonos?
That it's the same thing they're doing over and over again, which is if
Philo says Neonos is 21 to 28, then wouldn't Mark's usage of the word mean it's 21 and 28? If they're both in the same culture,
right? And you have a guy, you have one.
Hold on, you just said they both have two.
And you think about.
Hold on, you just said they both have two powers in heaven. They both have the Messiah. They both have the Son of God. They both have the Logos. They both have the Trinity. They have all these things in common. But then you're saying that Neonos is different.
Yeah, I think it is different. I think what is going on, which you keep saying it and you keep brushing past it. You keep saying it's after puberty.
It is.
After puberty, technically, is. Yeah, and I agree with you. By the way, Neil, I agree. I keep saying this. After puberty is also technically, because back in the day, they would have considered puberty before the age of 13. Almost everyone in that region, the Levant and the Greek region, 13 was pretty widely considered right at the age that they would have hit puberty, which is why there's so many religious traditions that take place right around that time.
The best age group, if you want to make a wide age group, 15 to 30 is generally what you would call a young man. A 15 to 30-year-old is a young man.
I agree.
Yeah, but Ahmed's telling people for years that it's prepubescent children. He has.
But what you guys are doing, though, which is unfair, I will say, y'all keep pushing the age further to the 20s, which there's no evidence of that.
Nothing unfair. What are you talking about? It's in the sources.
No, you keep bringing up one source. That's what I'm saying. You bring up one source that says 21 to 28, and that's Philo of Alexandria, who is 7 years after Jesus is said to have been in the Garden of Gethsemane, so he's just as irrelevant as anyone I've mentioned, by the way. Just as irrelevant.
Hold on. Watch this. I wish fucking these, I think somebody went in here and fucked around with these sources a little bit. There's too many okay, here we go. Diogenes Laertius. If you think it's just Philo, you're wrong. You haven't paid attention then. Look at this. Diogenes Laertius.
I don't think it's just Philo. He's the one that says 21 to 28, though.
Youth for 20. He says a child up to 20, a youth for 20. Oops.
Right.
A young man for 20. 20, 40, 20.
Right.
Neonos goes 20 to 40 here. 20 to 40.
Yeah.
It says 20 to 40.
Right. And then, remember, look at your source here. There's two sources saying two different things. And there's actually this source goes a year younger than your first.
The majority of them are in the 20s. Yeah. The majority of them.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing. But my thing is we have no evidence. The thing I am saying, Neil, you have to trust me on this. We have no evidence of was that kid 15 years old or was he 25? We don't know. We just know the word they used. That's the only thing we know. Exactly. And I suspect based on the...
No, he's not prepubescent, though. We can be sure of that.
I never said that. Yeah.
But that's what Ahmed.
But you can still be a pedophile and not fuck. Hey, real quick, you can still be a pedophile and not fuck prepubescent kids. Yeah, there's pedophiles who fuck 13-year-old kids.
Ahmed's AI images that he shows are like 7-year-olds.
Yeah, it's cringe. It's cringe, Lord.
He's telling people Jesus had a 7-year-old, 8-year-old. That's what he's trying to tell people. Trust me, I'm not. I don't. If you want to say he's 13, then fine. If you want to say he's 14, fine. I'm going to say it's a little. You're being fringe. It's probably safer to say he's between 15 and 30, somewhere in there, which is a wide, I admit that's wide, but it's not prepubescent. It's the only thing I care about. That's the only thing I care about. He's past puberty. It's a different world.
But I think I care a lot. It's still, well, I mean, and the thing is, obviously, these guys were marrying like 12-year-old girls and shit. So maybe it was their cultural norm to like,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
And I get that.
Yeah.
And well, but my thing is, it doesn't mean pederasty was any less true because they practice pederasty in the Catholic Church for
was real. Pederasty is real. Yes.
And so my thing is, I think with what we see and the nard and all the drugs, Amon has a little bit of a case. We can't write him off on everything. And that's my whole point of ever coming on to defend him.
Yeah,
is because his case is that there's major corruption involving pedophilia within Christianity and other Abrahamic religions. But
right here,
like Moyles,
Polybius, 2nd century BC.
Yeah,
and once they become a Neonos until the age of 30. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Most of when you read
13 would have been considered. 13 would have been considered being turned into a man for Jews at that time.
Yeah. We know 13 is probably the farthest you can go back.
Yeah.
It's like you can get away with that. You can say Neonos was 13. That's on the fringes, though. I'm just saying, if you want to be safe about it, it's 15 to 30. That's what I'm trying to tell people.
You're right. But to call me, hey, and I love debating you, by the way. No offense taken. But I want to say this. To say my brain is mush whenever I'm saying this stuff, you have to give me some credit because I've done my research. I'm not just making shit up.
Just being rhetorical.
I know it's rhetoric. That's why I don't take offense. I don't take offense to it. I know it's just rhetoric. But at the same time, I just want to point out, the reason I'm pointing out is because I don't want to be completely discredited on everything I say. Because I want to come back on, dude. I want to sometime break down some of the other conspiracies, and they're religious based, but a lot of them, like the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, basically everything we know about that shit is fake. And I'm not trying to just make it up, but you can look into it, and modern people, mainly Koreans, that argue what I'm arguing right now. And there's a reason why it's Koreans, but I can get into all of that. And World War II, I could go into Civil War. I could go any part of history I could point to, because I've researched so much, and, like 4 years just on this program, but
I didn't know
20 years of my life.
I didn't know about the castrated boys singers in the 18th century. That's been interesting. But what I would caution
I'm telling you, Neil,
if you find something in the 19th century, you can't just apply it backwards 10 centuries or 15 centuries. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I want to tell you this. We have video.
You should bring that up. You should talk about that. But just like, it doesn't mean that the 4th century was exactly the same. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree. Yeah. And the Catholic, I want to say this, the Catholic castrati, the boy that I was talking about, the one that was last castrated in, I think, 1906, we have video of him singing from 1950 or 1960. That's the whole reason I even found out about it, because I love music. I mean, you guys can tell. I've released albums. I'm releasing another one right now. Like, I love music. So I put a lot through that. And that's why I like the whole idea of the muse, and, I love that. And the gadfly and Jesus, that whole idea, which I think there is a connection there for sure. Jesus being some weird gadfly figure. And you've brought that up. So, I mean, it's not just me. And anyone watching, I don't hate Neil. Neil's fucking super respectable. He researches everything. I like to argue. I like to debate. I got second place 2 years in a I got second place 2 years in a row before I joined the military in the state of Texas. It's called the Lamar-Arrett debate. Yeah, so I was like a big debater. I like it. That's how my brain works. But anyway,
me too,
and
man.
cheers, brother.
I'm all about the fights, man. I'm all about the fights.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna be debating Dan Dedunking. You know who that is? The Dedunker guy?
No, Dan Dedunking. No, I'm supposed to talk with Adam Green hopefully in like the next week.
He's like a Graham Hancock disciple, and I'm going to debate him live in person. And then I'm supposedly Andrew Wilson agreed to another debate with me. Finally, a topic that I actually like. Because every time
you got to go so much harder.
I know, but here's the thing: every time I've debated Andrew Wilson, it's always a topic that I'm just not that passionate about, or Christianity versus humanism, and I have to debate for humanism, and I'm just like not into it.
Yeah, don't let him select. Don't let him select the topic.
Finally, I got a topic that I like. Christianity and Islam worship the same fucking God.
Yes.
And I said yes.
I agree.
And I can't wait. This is a fucking topic that I love. I can prove that beyond doubt. So I'm going to fuck him up.
He's a Christian nationalist, and I think he's paid. I don't know. He's paid to say a lot of what he says. So, and I don't hate him. I listen to him, and I listen to his wife. I have her books and shit.
I don't hate him either. I think we get along really well, actually.
But I do think it's not as genuine. I feel like whenever I talk to you, it's genuine. You get pissed at me, I get pissed. But the thing is, I don't sense that.
That's all I care about.
Yeah,
I hate liars. I don't care what you believe in or what your theories are. I just want to know: is this person being authentic right now? And I think you're pretty authentic. So.
Yeah, I agree, man. And sorry, like I said, you know me. I'm not doing this for any clout. I don't have a fucking channel that I show all this stuff on.
You're just doing it because you want to do it.
Literally just, I researched this. I don't share it with anyone. I don't post on X. You blocked me on X because I like always comment on your shit. But if you unblock me, dude, I like to share what I know. That's just Gallimore. I think it's just Brandon Gallimore, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Okay. I'll look for it.
I think it's just Brandon Gallimore. I think, it's just my name. Like if you send me I'm one of the only Gallimores in this country. So I mean, there's not many of us. And by the way, the reason I know about the whole Bruce line is because I researched it. I come from that exact line. And just, I love genealogy, and I researched your genealogy too. But
really?
That's why I brought it up. You blocked me when I brought it up on X.
Oh, that stupid 5% Jewish shit?
Yeah. But I'm not mad at it.
Everybody who calls me Jewish, I just go, you're a retard, bye. So I just probably saw you say I'm Jewish. Is that what you said? I was Jewish?
Yeah, but it was like innocent because my point was
this is why I call you retarded, because I told people this. And you didn't discover it and tell me.
I didn't say I discovered it. I didn't even in my comment.
This.
I know.
So
in the comment,
why are you telling me?
In the comment you blocked me on, I even said it. I said you said you were Jewish on, and I think I might have linked the channel.
Now I remember why I blocked you. You said you really are, or you said something like it was nasty. You said you have a bias, Neil. You're Jewish. as if I'm doing something for the Jews or something. That's what you said to me. I can find the comment.
I don't think I said I don't know if I said that you have a bias. I think it was something like that. I think it was something in context.
Yeah. It was.
I remember the
block-worthy.
context being.
Israeli news
I don't know if it's blockworthy. My point, I think, from your position is
you're Jewish. You said you're doing
Are you
this
guys familiar
because
with
you're
our Pulse
biased
channel?
because you're Jewish.
You both will appreciate.
no. You misunderstood what I was saying, and what I'm saying ties to what I said tonight. I think this country is a lot of crypto-Jewish people that don't know their history, that don't know that they come from these lineages. I know that sounds insane. If you look at almost all the people who come here to the United States from the 1700s to the mid 1800s, it's all people who were.
Why would they be acting for a cause that they don't even know about?
Well, because there's 10 in the Old Testament. It says the 10 tribes will join the 2. That's why.
So you believe in the Old Testament? That's magic.
No, I don't believe it. Someone does though, and someone.
If they don't know they're Jewish, then why would they be acting in favor for Judaism?
Someone's pushing it. I don't know. Someone's pushing They believe this prophecy. Sense. You don't believe? Well, my thing is, hey, Neil, think about this.
I don't believe in prophecy. I don't believe in prophecy.
I don't either. I'm trying to tell you. But my thing is, 3/4 of the world does. So what do you think is going to happen? Why do you think the 23 Elul 5761 lines up to the September 11th day and they're talking about it openly? Do you know what I mean? Why do you think Odigo, the messaging app from Israel, at 7 a.m. that morning before the Twin Towers were hit, gets messages from Israel telling all the people who were Jewish to get out of the building, all the Israeli nationals, get out. They said that. There's proof of all of this. Everything I'm talking about, of Larry Silverstein buying the building, selling it, getting double his money. Yeah, 9/11. Yeah, I'm saying there's a world conspiracy right now that's affecting all of us. Is my point. Not that I believe it. There's a prophecy they're trying to push onto the world to make us think a Messiah is about to return.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, if people don't know their lineage, why would they be actively trying to help? Why would they be trying to say this?
It's not that they're the person who doesn't know. It's that the people who do know are helping those who don't, and that you're benefiting in a way that
if they don't know that they're Jewish, then why? How does anyone else know? They're like, because if a country, why I brought up the Zebulon, George Washington mentioning that we're Zebulon. If a country was founded on the ideals that we're possibly, and I really want to write a book about this so I can get it out on paper better so people understand what I'm talking about. We're founded on these ideals, like pushing Zion onto the world. We're the main pushers of Zionism, not Israel, America, since the beginning.
Viewpoints, and what's your arguments and agreements about his views?
Doesn't make any sense to me what you just said. But anyways, like if someone doesn't know their lineage, then they don't know their lineage. They're not going to be actively going around doing things to help out some cause that they don't know about. Doesn't make any sense.
That's not what I'm referencing, though. I know that's not what I'm referencing. What I'm referencing is even within Judaism and Catholicism, within 2 generations of the mother in Judaism is considered Orthodox Jew. Orthodox Jews, even if you are not Jewish of practice and you are within 2 generations of being Jewish in the Orthodox realm, they call you Jewish. Even if you're an atheist, even if you say God doesn't exist, you're still Jewish.
But if people don't know that, though, that's what I'm saying.
Right. Right. But my thing is, there's people in the world, including Christians, that believe that Jews are the chosen people, and that those people that are descended from them are also chosen, which is why the whole idea of the 10 lost tribes is in the Bible, and it says that they'll be grafted back into the vine.
Is there a way I can search through my thing to find out what you said? We can see what you said to me. Brandon, what? How do you spell it? G what?
Brandon Gallimore. Gallemore. Gallemore.
That didn't work. I got to go to my replies maybe and search there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what it was. I remember it was something like I said along. You basically got it. It was basically like, dude, you're Jewish, you're benefiting, or something like that.
You said something retarded. It was like, and I was like, oh, block, this guy's in retard. Block. Like that's how it came off.
But my thing is, we all are benefiting. If we're living in the United States, we're benefiting.
Then why would you tell me that then?
I don't know if we're all Jewish, but.
Yeah, but
I don't know if it's that we're all Jewish. My thing is, I think the majority or the plurality.
I remember it clearly now. You were like, because we were talking about Amen or something. I was in a thread where people were talking about Amen and his theories, and you came in and says, you're just biased because you're Jewish. And I was like, oh, he's retarded, block, because I'm not Jewish. The 4%.
I don't know if I said. I don't know what I said now.
Look, the 4% Ashkenazi thing, my mom and my grandfather one time told us that they think there was someone Jewish in our lineage. And I didn't know. Yeah. We didn't know if it was true. My mom thought it was false. She thought my grandfather was full of shit. But I took the test, and I did have a 4% positive, whatever, Jewish. That does not make me Jewish. I don't.
And Syllabic is a very Polish and Czech. That's found in Polish and Czech communities too.
Yeah, it's Polish. It's Polish. It's a Catholic Polish family. That's where I'm from.
Well,
and my grandmother from on the Polish side, and that's not even the Jewish side that you're talking about. So you're wrong about that.
Well, no. I'm saying I know, but that's my point. You look at the Poles.
It's not the Syllabic. It's not the Polish. That's not the Jewish side. That's the Catholic Polish side.
I'm saying I have Syllabics in my brain who are Jewish, though. That's what Adam Green blocked me too, because I said
all Polish names can be Jewish. So what? German too.
Well, right. So my point is, whenever you see patterns like I do, and I know you think my brain is mush, but it's not. I see the because I'm typing them in all the time. Say I type in family names. I'll type in a family name, and then I'll look at it, and I have everything color categorized. So if it's like Catholic, it's like yellow and gold. If it's Jewish, it's blue and white. If it's Muslim, it's green and white. If it's I have a bunch of different colors for the religious aspects of what people are. And when it shows up, when you type in certain names, you see like the name Green. You type in the name Green. So if you think 0.2% of the world is the Jewish population, the name Green for Adam Green, I'm not telling him he's Jewish. I'm saying he descends just the same way I told you descends from Jewish people, which is why we are benefiting. This nation was created on like Zionist principles, and we're supposed to be like the light on the hill or whatever, that they're saying. We even use terms like Philadelphia and Bethlehem for all these towns, and Bethel and Salem, and all the. There's nowhere else in Europe that was doing that. We did that here. The New World was created for these people that were going to be grafted in. I know that sounds insane, but I think people about 400 years ago believed this.
Whatever. I mean, that's a little bit weird. Let me read this super chat. I think it's Eskal. Is that how you pronounce the name? Eskal in Hebrew. I'm trying to read the Hebrew. Eskal. Thank you for the super chat. Love you both. Love both of you and the great audience from the Carmel Mount Coast. Are you guys familiar with Archaic's channel? You both appreciate. Yes, actually, I know who Archaic's is. You know who Archaic's is, right? By the way, you know who this is.
I have him in my brain. I'd save all.
I think his name is Eskal. I think it's how I see Aleph, Sigma, not Sigma, but AS, Kof, ASL, Eshkashkel, Eshkals.
We talked to him like 6 months ago, I think. I was in the room with him when he came in, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Eshkal. All right, anyways, I could be reading that wrong. Am I reading it right? Are you in the chat? Let me see if he's in the chat. How do you pronounce your name again? I don't want to get it wrong. I feel bad. But yeah, I'm not, it's a name I'm not familiar with. He was here last time. He's at Archaic. Yeah, I know who Archaic's is. I'm familiar with it for some. We have some overlap, I guess. Originally he was supposed to debate Debunker, and then Debunker backed out, and all of a sudden now I'm debating him. All of a sudden, I don't know how that turned out. I have no idea how that turned out, but it did.
Yeah.
So, anyways, then there's one more after that. It's Ride Tillich. Thank you for the $7.99. Gnostic, what's your take on Jason Jordan's viewpoints, and what's your arguments and agreements about his views? Jason, look, like I said before, I don't agree with everything people say. It's not about me agreeing or if they're right or wrong. It's about authenticity. You know what I mean? Jason's authentic. He does his research. He's thorough. He makes a lot of sense when you listen to him. He's got some out there ideas that I might not make sense to me. But like when I ask him about this stuff, he fucking has an answer, and it's fucking well thought out. And he's not just lying to people. You know what I mean? That's why I like
some of his, though. He's kind of like an Amon type. He's a little bit like an Amon type, though. He's some out.
I dropped 6.
Asaph, Eshel, Asaph.
Eshel was soft like the poet. Yes, we talked. 4-leaf clover emoji.
Appreciate that, man. Good seeing you. But yeah, no, I like Jason. Obviously, I've had Jason on multiple times. I'll have him on again. I like Jason.
He's real big in like the alien thing, though, and I don't know. I don't agree. And
I'm not a big alien guy. I've never had him on for that because I'm not a big alien guy. If I had to guess, I'm not saying these UFOs aren't real. I think it's other governments. I think it's China
or ours.
Yeah, it's or ours. Yeah, it's something from planet Earth, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're not going to convince me it came from another planet without better evidence. Things from Earth, things on Earth are in Earth. Like right now.
Do you think right now? Because I think Adam Green is nailing this part. He keeps saying, like, Project Blue Beam and this whole idea in the early 50s for the CIA to push this whole idea that an alien invasion will come, and now.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I said, notice how it's all coming together, and it's all going. They're angels and demons now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think he's absolutely right.
Yep, and that's what I think. And I think that is what Giorgiani is kind of pushing. And I'm not saying he was working with those people, but to me, that's one of those like accepting the prophecy is real and then pushing it. And I don't necessarily. I have all of his books. I have all of Giorgiani's books. I have them in my mind map, and I can index them all instantly. Anything he ever wrote, I can search a sentence and find it in direct context. You know. Anyway.
Yeah. This person said
I can answer the Nazi question.
Can you, ask us about the whole Nazi connection with the American government? Go ahead.
So, I mean, I think we can, again, this ties in the whole Zionism movement.
If you're go ahead, talk about this. I'm not trying to stop you.
I'll be politically correct. I'll be politically correct.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah.
So I want to say there's a couple things, and I'm not saying that these are real, but there's definitely a connection, right? You know, the Hitler and the Schicklgruber connection with his dad's mother's last name being Schicklgruber. He has a brother, a half brother who lived in Ireland who married a Irish lady, and the Irish lady, right after her husband died, which was his half brother, she said Hitler was Jewish. And I have her book. And so there was this connection. Hitler in 1913 travels to Liverpool instead of Vienna. So
self-hating? Is that what it is?
Well, I think it's not self-hating. I think it's self-prophecy fulfilling. They needed, so in the Gog and Magog wars, the world needs to turn against Israel. They need to turn against the Jews, right? The whole idea is that they needed to do it. So you have a puppet, just like you have Trump. Trump today, I mean, his daughter is Orthodox Jewish, right? Like he's serving Israel. He's kissing the Western Wall. We have it today, 80 years after Hitler. It's very plausible that 80 years ago, Hitler was also a puppet of the same people. Out there, Amon is obviously using his channel to chase skiers.
I'm not trying to stop you from answering your question. I'm just kidding. I'm just putting it up there. You can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just trying to make sure it wasn't something in reference to this. But yeah, the whole idea, the term you know some Hebrew, so I'm curious. What is the term for high priests in Hebrew? What is the
you mean like prince, Nasi?
That term.
Yeah.
So
Nasi. It can mean prince or high priest.
So there's a term Nasi, and they would some will say it with a little bit harder of an S sound if you listen to the ways they said it, especially someone who is an Englishman named Conrad Hayden.
That's a Sodic. That's a specific letter. It's
I know, but I want to give you this. Etymologically, linguistically speaking, the person who coined the phrase Nazi, the person who coined it was an Orthodox Jew named Conrad Hayden. So why would an Orthodox Jew?
It's an acronym, though. It means national socialism.
I agree, but he coined the term Nazi. He coined the term Nazi, Conrad Hayden. So what is the chance of a Orthodox Jewish guy, linguistically, how close? That's basically homophone closeness, Nazi and Nazi. And you hear that, and you're like, why would he have ever said his worst enemies is like that close of a word? Even, and I don't agree with you that it's that much difference of a word. I think, and I have examples of them, people using it with a harder S, like a Z, the Nazi, the Nazim, the Nazir. If you ever hear them say it, that's how they'll say it. And
in Hebrew?
Yeah, so they the way that they would say the old high priests back in the ancient texts and whatever. But so the connection basically goes even further. So FDR was working with the mafia. There's a guy named Herb Risson who wrote a book. He was arrested about 5 times for it. It's called The Jewish Mafia. They had in the 1800s, late 1800s, with Zionism and Theodore Herzl and all that, there had been a huge wave of immigration of like mobsters who they were, a lot of them from Italy, a lot from Russia. There's Nazi right there. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not that's a shin. And it's got the
I know, but there wasn't like a Z. There wasn't a Z in
yes, there is.
No, but I'm saying the sound was like phonetically the same. You know what I'm saying? I've researched
I'll show you what I mean. Watch this Hebrew alphabet. I'll show you what I mean right now. And in Hebrew you have a letter called Sadiq. It's right here.
Yeah.
And it's
yeah.
And you also have a Zion too. You also have Z. So you can literally choose sa.
You see how close that is, though. But listen to how you're even saying it.
Yeah, but if you wanted to make,
I study language. I learned other languages too. I speak Korean.
If you wanted to write Nazi, you would use a tsadi. you'd use this. You wouldn't use a shin.
Right. Right.
So-
But do you understand what I'm saying in English, how close the word is, right? The word is, you can't deny the closeness of it. And then coincidentally, you start lining up all these other things. 150,000, you can look at all these things up. I'm not just making up. 150,000 Orthodox Jews served in the, considered Orthodox because they're within 2 generations of the mother being Jewish. 150,000 served in the German army. You literally just like look all this up. Hitler, where he absconds to, supposedly, instead of suicide, because we don't actually have proof, and they did the proof later, and it turns out it was 2 young German girls that were found, the teeth where Hitler was supposedly committed suicide. But Hitler, I have multiple...
a dog barks, and you were like, the dog has tree bark on him. It's the same word. Bark and bark, literally spelled exactly the same.
You don't think... But so do you don't? So think about this. But think about this, Neil. Think about this.
I'm flying a bat right now. Am I flying a baseball bat, or is a bat flying?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Are you doing well? Are you doing well, like a well with water, or are you well, like you're doing very well? You see what I'm saying? There's a million examples of these things. I can pick words that sound. The chair. Are you the chairman, or are you literally sitting in a chair? Right. They spell exactly the same. They mean the same.
Right, but you know how language evolves. Hey, Neil, you're being disingenuous. You know how language evolves, right?
But how would
language evolves? Look at English.
When German has nothing to do with Hebrew.
Well, an Englishman in the 1930s or early 1940s. No, it was late 1930s. Applies a term. He's living in England at the time, and he applies the term that would sound in English like the term that he knows in Hebrew. That's all this is. It was an evolution of language. He's playing like a little trick. And I know that sounds dumb. It's revelation, right? The whole idea of the book of Revelation is things will be revealed to us. It's a revelation of the method. My internet just disconnected somehow. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I know it might be a time.
It's still good though.
But yeah, I'll
so okay, real quick though. Well, Argentina, the Argentina connection, Hitler absconds to Argentina. We have all these things going on with South America. We hired all the Nazi scientists for NASA, and you know about all this, right? Like there's a reason. And those Nazi scientists, by the way, many were Jewish. Many.
Yeah.
And also Coppin. So last thing, and I'll let you do the quick comment.
Yeah, but
his cousin. His cousin, yeah, they were not. Yes, there was. His cousin's name was Koppensteiner. Koppensteiner is a Jewish last name related to the Koppenstein family. His cousin wrote a book, and then you can see all his kids.
Jewish Nazis killing other Jews?
They weren't. They were killing people that didn't agree with Zionism, just like today. We see it with Palestine today, right? How's that? My thing is, how do you think it's so implausible or impossible to happen, but it's happening today? We see they're killing people who are anti-Zionist right now in Palestine. People who do not want to leave the area get killed. That's anti-Zionism. That's what they were doing in Germany. So the Havar Agreement, you know what the Havar Agreement is? 1933 to 1939 officially, but it's 1944 on the record that I have. Hitler agrees to an agreement called the Havara Agreement, where he transports Jews for free, pays for all of their belongings, and refurnished everything in their home when they got to Israel. Everything. No debt. They erased all debt too. Havara Agreement. And I know you maybe don't agree with it, but, and again, I'm not saying there's a Jewish world thing. It could be a Catholic thing and they're trying to push it on the Jews. I don't know what it is, but I'm just only reporting what I see. That's all it is. I'm not trying to draw inferences from anything, but
the last super
people
chat
don't know all this stuff.
Is okay. Thank you for the $4. I just wanted out there that Amin is obviously using the channel to chase skiers. What's that? Did not mean to derail your entire system, dude. Well, no, it turned into a discussion that I think was interesting at the very least.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm such a conspiracy theorist.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm sure some people got enjoyed it.
Yeah, but they did. They say I was reading. They said they liked it. So
okay. Yeah, man, it's getting a little late here, so I'm going to close this out. But thanks for coming on, and thanks for everyone that super chatted and everyone that was here. Good to see you guys.
Unblock me on X, dude. I'll be nice. I won't be mean.
All right, I will.
I swear, I'll always just try to add to your research. I really do.
Sounds good, man. And you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.